we are. Going live right now. Happy New Year to everybody that's watching this on replay. And go ahead and do a pin. You can join me on the panel if you wish. Hopefully a couple people come in. Got a notification of my own chat. Where is my YouTube? Hey, John. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, there's going to be stuff going on here. As a matter of fact, in just a few minutes. Close some windows real quick. I want to set this all up. I'm going to set my stuff up right now so that I can entertain you. Some interesting stuff. And here we go. Move this up here. And put the video on pause. I'm going to put the chat there. There we go. We're going to go to share screen. Share. Oops. I messed this up because there's something I need to do with it. Stop. And the preset. Share screen. Share system audio. And this is notoriously quiet. So let me see if I can change the volume on the share screen here, which I probably cannot do. I think we might have to live with this. All right, that's my Discord. Just remove that for a second so I can move my Discord down. That didn't work either. Put it down on this monitor. Minimize that. And now you can watch me suck at my own game. So let's play a little bit of Breakaway. It's a very retro breakout style game. My son's got the high score. This is just bad here. See if I can do this without dying. Got it. There we go. No one did the command for reset the ball. It was supposed to go down and not back in the motion that it was supposed to go if I had not won the level. There we go. That should end the level. No? Ah! I died. Share the stream a little bit. If you're watching on Twitter, join us. Good. Hey, John.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty good right now. I woke up early this morning and then I went down to the hospital because I had an appointment to get some blood work done. And I got there and they're like, "Oh no, your appointment's tomorrow."
Oh, that's annoying.
So I got to fast another night. So how you doing tonight, John?
I'm doing fine, thanks.
Good, good. Anything new?
Not really.
Okay. Oh, great. Now it's stuck in a loop. Hey, Captain Phantom Nerd, how you doing?
Greetings.
So I worked on this game here that you're seeing for, I want to say about a week, maybe 2. This is like version 3 of it, where I added the background music.
Looks good.
It's done. Son's got the high score. It's pretty cool. Yeah, actually, I dropped the GitHub in the Discord. I was gonna put it on Twitter, but I'm like, and I'm thinking, nah, I don't know. But let's see. I will add the repository here. If anybody's interested in wanting to play the game that you're seeing on the screen, I just dropped it in the chat. If you're watching this on replay, it should come up on the chat replay as well. It is free to download. It is open source. All you got to do is go into the releases folder. So here's the repository for the game itself. Click over here at releases. You download on the 7-zip file, and this will always update to the latest version, which will have the date on it. And just click on it and unzip it to your favorite directory, and then that's the end of it. And enjoy. It's very easy to play. Let's see here. I want to show you the actual PDF file. I don't know if it will let me actually open the file. In this, I might have to just open the file in the thingamabobby, whatever it's called there. Open that up. All right. Bring that down here because I'm sharing the entire screen. Releases should come right up here, and here's the PDF file, which is now on the screen. Files in 2 languages, actually. For those of you who are interested in wanting to see what the Japanese version looks like, it's there too. Since a lot of you don't read Japanese, this is a moot point, but just in case.
Well, I think it's interesting.
It's a very comprehensive overview of the game.
I was interested to see which words. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but in files like this, I'm always interested to see which words don't get translated.
Yeah, that's a good point. I actually had the word length and structure is almost the same, and I did have to drop a lot, but a lot of non-essential language. So this is pretty much all the same here. as it is. And the introduction is kind of, it's about the same. It's not really word for word, but it's principle for principle. Uh, starting the game here, it's the same. And I had to drop quite a bit from this. Either one will work. I changed that to at any time it'll work. Let's see. How much of this did I drop? This is the basic idea. This. The instructions are here. その僕が消えたら、レベルクリアになります。The levels are complete when the bricks are destroyed. Okay, nope, so that's the same. The ball will bounce off the block, so you need to be able to predict where the ball will fall in order to volley. Ball をクリアするため、上のブロックを滅ぼさなければなりません。All right, I dropped this. This isn't there.
Interesting.
Let's see if the ball falls below the paddle. The ball falls below the paddle. If it goes off screen, you lose a life. もしボールはパドルの下に下がれば、残りライフ remain は1回抜けます。So that's everything here is bolded. 自動的にリスタートしますので、早めにボールをゲットした方がいいです。Let's see. We'll restart running, so be ready to the ball. Okay. You have 4 lives. 3-0, so there's no continues in the game. And もし残りライフがなければゲームオーバーになります。So all of this is shortened to this, which says if you have no lives left, the game is over. But it maintains you see how it maintains the basic structure of the original. Japanese 80% of the time is not a one-to-one translation, so it's like it's more interpreted when you try to understand the meaning of everything that you listen and try to read. That's why Google Translate always comes up with some really horrific translations.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I think I notoriously said this story one time back in 2014 when we first went to see my folks in Kansas City. My mother typed something in Google Translate, and my wife laughed at her, and it was a serious question. It was like, "Are you hungry?" or something like that. And the translation in Japanese indirectly translated as not from whatever she was asking, which I think it was "Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" to "Your noodles suck." So, yeah. My wife had a good laugh. So did I too. But yeah, it's been reduced and some notes have been added, but I try to maintain the same document structure as best as I possibly could.
It's a good job. I'm just interested by the differences between the languages. That's all, just in general. But I didn't mean to get sidetracked though.
No. This is there's no core topic for this live stream, so it doesn't matter. Oh, what was the episode of DS9 I rewatched that I completely forgot? Ascension. Ascension. Yeah. What I thought was the turning point for Captain Sisko. Speaking of the 30th anniversary of DS9,
Yeah, I saw your review for that episode. It's pretty good.
yeah, thanks. The episode itself, so I was like, I had to watch it again. It was there was something haunting about this episode. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because of the fact I've studied a lot of cultures from on my own about like the India, feudal Japan, feudal China, North Korea, all these places that have caste systems, and having that echoed in the wannabe emissary ordering the Bajorans to go back to their Dajaras. There was something horrifying about that. I don't know what it is, but I think a lot of DS9 had that effect. Like that, it could really bring out thought better. Let me rephrase that. It's better, probably the best series at invoking and provoking thought and actually thinking about the topics that the episode is addressing better than any of the other Star Trek shows did, including the original series. When you look at episodes like Far Beyond the Stars that actually tackles full-on racism, a hauntingly accurate look of today's society through past tense parts 1 and 2.
Yep.
I mean, even The Way of the Warrior, one of my favorite Star Trek episodes of all time, really made you think about things you never really thought about when you started watching the episode. And certainly not the reason why you tuned into the episode to begin with. The episode was advertised about the Klingons going back to the old ways. I remember the trailers very clearly with the epic trailer voice guy talking about the Klingons being savage again. But then you watch the episode and there's just so much substance to the episode that you tuned in to see Klingons being Klingons again. But then the episode ends and it's like you got something completely different than what you were expecting in a good way before the modern version of subvert expectations.
Yeah, it had all the fun scenes you expected, but it had more to it, like you said. Not to mention the root beer scene.
Yeah. My favorite scene of that episode when Garrick and Odo confront Drex. Drex is like, Garrick is like, I'm not even sure Constable Odo even has a mother, so you can guess what he was saying.
Yeah.
That was just fantastic. And Drex is looking at Garrick like, what the crap? You're not supposed to understand that. Oh, good times, man. Good times.
Yep.
Another one I was thinking of too. No, actually, back to Ascension. I found that there was also so much more character development for Miles, as well as Ben and Kira. Like almost everybody except for Dax and Bashir really had something to do. Dax, Bashir, and Odo. Well, yeah. the focus being on Ben, Kira, and Miles. I really have to give it up to the director of that episode, because normally when Rosalind Chow was on screen as Keiko, her performance is kind of, I mean, it's classic to her caliber, but she had, in her final scene, almost no doubt, she had like maybe one line or two. And then she talked about Bashir lying, of course, so that Miles could get out of the recorders. But the way she did it was probably her best performance.
Yeah, that was a good scene.
And then going through that whole thing, you come to understand how much Keiko really does love Miles. And I'm going to close my door. My wife is vacuuming. I just don't want the vacuum sounds to come through. It was, I think it was the beginning of actually seeing that dynamic being played out. You don't really get anything before that where, pardon me, you actually saw and felt, more importantly, you felt part of that scene when you watch it. You didn't get that before. I mean, you got it after, but you really didn't get the emotion before whenever they would focus on the O'Briens. But I don't know. That episode was definitely a turning point in the series, besides Way of the Warrior.
I agree. It's when Sisko really embraced being the emissary before. He just kind of did it grudgingly.
Yeah. And he was on Starfleet's side about that whole thing, too, or Starfleet's like, no, I'm going to walk that back, because Starfleet confuses me. Because on the one hand, Picard even ordered him to bend the Prime Directive to bring Bajor in the Federation. But on the other hand, because he's bending the Prime Directive, Starfleet wasn't too happy with Ben. Yet when Ben went to go bow out, Starfleet was like, what are you doing? That was really confusing, Starfleet. Like, what do you want to do? Who's the Admiral? Kirk? But still, it was a good episode. Very, very good episode. I put that up there with the best of DS9. For a short episode. Short as in, self-contained, short, easy to forget. But if you're really paying attention to DS9, you better not forget this episode type of thing.
Yeah.
And I just finished watching 7th season Next Gen Journey's End. The Indian planet.
Yes.
Which makes me kind of wonder, because then that means that they left Earth at the time of Enterprise. So we could have heard something about that during Captain Archer's run if the writers really cared about the Next Generation, or Wesley Crusher for that matter.
Well, the less references to Wesley Crusher, the better, generally speaking.
Yeah. Yeah, we also happened in Picard. I used to be called Wesley Crusher. Now I'm the Traveler.
Just stop.
Yeah. And I'm a supervisor. Come with me, Soji, and clean my room. Since you're wait, you're not Soji. What's your name? Who cares? Come with me. Play another game of Breakaway. And just completely missed the ball in the first run. Let's start a new game and then just die. I found this music mixer. It's really, really whole, I guess. So I made the BGM of this game.
Nice.
Try to give it substance. And the original version of this game had really bright cornflower blue. Oh, I just missed that ball. Great. Cornflower blue borders that drowned out the text on the top. Let it die. I stink at my own game. Or I could do that.
Well, you are doing multiple things at the same time.
I was trying to set. I can go into developer mode and go into like God mode, but apparently it's not working. Is it Alt Shifty? I don't remember what it was to go into development mode. But the thing is, this development mode disables the lives. You can still die, but you don't lose anything. But you also don't get a score either. I just don't remember the shortcut keys to go into developer mode. Oh, wait a minute. Am I in developer mode now? Because I thought I died a couple times. I shouldn't have 3 lives. I'm in developer mode. Oh, because the lives weren't changing. There's the Highlander. Immortal. And I'm forever in it. Great. All right, let's just kill it. So let's see here. I wonder how well this will run on here, because I've been having a lot of bad luck with playing games on live stream. So I'm going to try an episode of Skitty Skylines here and see if I can stream it for something to do. Hello to anybody in the chat. If you want to join us up on the panel, link is on the top. Welcome. Sound off if you're there, if you want to be heard. Since we've got a couple people watching here. I also think it's just us. Which is fine. What day is today? Today's what? Wednesday?
Well, for you, yes. For me, it's still Tuesday.
Tuesday night. Oh, Tuesday, great. The day that the photon torpedoes, the tractor beams, and the medical staff arrive.
Finally.
Yeah. You left space dock without a tractor beam? It won't be installed until Tuesday. It's another thing about Starfleet. Hey, let's go ahead and commission and christen an incomplete ship. It's like a video game company releasing a AAA title that's incomplete.
Yeah.
All right. Wish me luck on this. And hopefully this doesn't screw up. It might lag on your end. Apologies.
No problem.
I think it's lagging on my end. How's the sound coming through? Can you hear the game sound?
Yeah, I can hear it.
All right. You also hear things falling off my desk. So I got to try and shuffle around bedrooms and stuff the next couple of days while my little boy is recovering from COVID.
I hope he feels better soon.
He's fine now. He's got a little bit of an earache, but he's fine. Neither of my kids are vaxxed, so he's definitely going to be fine. I said I only got vaxxed because I need to travel and I didn't want to get a probe up the nose when I was at the airport coming back into the country. So
I don't blame you.
what's that?
I said I don't blame you for that.
I didn't just. If it wasn't for that, I probably wouldn't have gotten vaxxed. But yeah, I've told my wife and the doctors I expressly forbid my kids to get the vaccine, and we've already gotten their vaccine tickets. I threw them right out. Shadow Band, come on board. Are you kidding me? This isn't going to happen, is it? I have a feeling this is not going to happen. My computer's more than powerful enough, StreamYards. Why are you doing this to me?
Looks like there's a Kyle in the system.
There must be written by Alex Kurtzman or something, because this is just awful. Boo. All right, yeah, I give up on it. Gotcha. I understand. I get it. I'm not allowed to stream. Gotcha. I can't even cancel this. The entire system's frozen now.
Well, at least we have some soothing background music.
This music is annoying. I turn this off every time I play. Please, no more. Free my system resources, you scumbag, please. Have mercy on me, Gold Madrid.
Whoops. Hey, I think Asian Kyle had something to do with it. That's usually what happens when a system fails like this. So, hello everyone. I guess you're stuck with me for the time being. So, while we're waiting for Tokyo to return, anyone who didn't know, today is actually the 30th anniversary of the premiere of Deep Space Nine, their first episode, Emissary. So, anybody have any special memories from the pilot of DS9, or anything else you want to talk about for that matter? so I'm not stuck up here running my mouth. Wikipedia says January 4th. Interesting. When I checked in Memory Alpha, they said January 3rd, so who knows? Somewhere over these couple of days anyway. To those who are joining us, what you missed is the fact that Kyle has sabotaged Tokyo's system. Well, hopefully he'll be rejoining us again soon. Looks like Tokyo has to restart the machine. That's not a good sign. While we're waiting, I might as well pull up this article I was reading earlier about the premiere of Deep Space Nine. This particular article was released on January 24th, 1993, so a few weeks after the beginning of DS9. This was from Variety. It said the 2-hour premiere of Paramount's Star Trek and Deep Space Nine plunged through the wormhole and emerged light years ahead of all competitors during the week ended January 10th, with the debut episode, Emissary, becoming the highest-rated series premiere in syndication history. Deep Space, which saw its numbers reprocessed in the national Barter rankings released last week, achieved an unearthly 21.0 household rating for its multiple runs, the number Par uses to sell the show to advertisers, and an ethereal 18.8 mark for its primary run. This compares to the 15.2 national average spun by the week's previous frontrunner, King World's Wheel of Fortune. Only a handful of network series managed to surpass the 18.8 performance of Deep Space Nine, including such powerhouses as 60 Minutes, Roseanne, Murder, She Wrote, and Home Improvement. Although the results are lower than the metered market average, which rounded off to a 26 rating, a competitor termed Deep Space Nine's national rating awesome. During the following week, the first 1-hour episode of Deep Space Nine posted an extremely strong 14.4 multiple run average and a 13.4 primary run average nationally. Its standing in relation to all other syndicated series containing Barter won't be known until later this week, when Nielsen releases the national rankings. The comparisons normally take about 10 days to compile. Parr's The Untouchables, meanwhile, got off to an arresting start nationally. During the week of January 11th, the 2-hour debut bootlegged a 10.2 Nielsen rating for multiple runs and a 9.6 for its primary showing. In the metered markets, which consist of numbers from the separate Nielsen local market surveys, the series improved on its time period average by 38%. Elliott Ness and Al Capone teamed up to beat web offerings in several top metered markets, including NBC's Tuesday lineup in LA, Detroit, San Diego, Kansas City, and Cincinnati. Okay, I don't think any of the rest of it's about DS9. But I thought that was interesting when I was looking at that earlier, and I was kind of dry now that I read it out loud. Still no Tokyo back yet. Hopefully he'll be rejoining us soon, so we have something better to listen to than me. Thank you, Bird, for those words about my emissary tribute. So I'm trying to work out something with Tokyo. We're having some technical difficulties. Excuse me for just a moment, folks. Hello again, everyone. Hopefully we can get something figured out here momentarily. Bird of Prey 5 says there is a pretty big discussion on Twitter right now between Robert Meyer Burnett and some big time YouTubers like Doomcock and smaller YouTubers like Anti-Derivative Jill over Picard Season 3, for those interested. Well, thanks for letting us know, Bird. And yes, Gorilla, you or anyone else who would be welcome to join the panel. I believe the link is still pinned at the top of the chat. I'm sure it'd be much better than me just reading old news articles, looking for something to talk about. Thanks, Gorilla, and hello to everyone I didn't catch yet. Greetings. Like I saw Jay came in a few minutes ago. Glad you could stop by. Hello, Jay. How you doing?
All right, you?
Pretty good, thanks. Glad you could join us.
Good to be here.
Anything new?
Huh?
Anything new going on with you?
No, just got off a live chat with another YouTuber. He does trivia on Tuesdays about old 70s and 60s and 80s TV. It was pretty good.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, I love trivia.
Welcome back, Tokyo.
Yeah, something like that. My computer's still booting up. Hey, Jay, welcome.
Hey.
Folks in the chat, sorry about that. I'm currently having some
No
extreme
worries.
technical difficulties.
I remember that back in the day. Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Yep, that's pretty much what's going on. I want to change my camera, but I don't know if I can.
That's not you. I thought you were Romulan.
The Romulan's asleep on Romulus somewhere. Oh, now that I've got my phone running right now, I wanted to show you guys my 30-year-old surviving 30 years old toys from my childhood that I happened to have been able to get back when I was in Kansas City in November, or in October. The stand keeps falling off. So my Enterprise B micro machine.
Nice.
My favorite ship, actually. I really love the design of the Enterprise B. And
I had the Enterprise B, a big one.
I had me an Excelsior model.
I think I had an Enterprise B model at one point a long time ago.
Oh, man, I really love this ship. See, the problem with this plastic one is, and this isn't the wear and tear of the years bending the nacelles like that. This came like this.
I had an Enterprise A, big model, and my niece, poor niece, I didn't whoop her or anything. I just told her it's okay. She broke the two nacelles.
That's too bad.
Yes, but I had an Enterprise B, Enterprise D, and Voyager. Have been wanting and never could get. Now that they're defunct, the Nova class of the Rhode Island. Love that ship. Hey, Gorilla.
Hey there.
Yeah, how's it going?
Hey, gorilla.
Yeah. God, the kids do not know how easy they have it nowadays. My
Yes.
kids doesn't believe me that when we had these big storms come through, we had to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Then I had to beg his grandma to switch it to channel 4. To sit there listen to a crappy news that's on, waiting to see if my school scrolled across the screen. Now we just get a phone call and a text message. They have no idea how easy they have it.
Mm.
Nice.
The commemorative series finale pin from the Next Generation. She needs cleaning. Sterling silver. Or die cast metal. Can't tell which. It's 30 years old. Needs to be cleaned.
Back in 1980 or 81, my daddy bought me what he thought was a lightsaber. It lit up. Well, if you got in the dark, it lit up. And the sword looked like something from He-Man. And he said, "This is Star Wars lightsaber." I said, "I'm not into Star Wars."
Neither is big-headed JL.
I watched the movies, went to the theater, and watched some of the two of the well, let's see, one movie. The other one came out, and we never got it with our new theater that we had, and we only got to see the last of the original. What was that? The not the Force Awakens. That's a new one. The third original movie.
Return of the Jedi?
The Return of the Jedi. Yeah. We got to see that.
A New Hope was the second one, wasn't it?
Yeah, the New Hope was the first one. The second one was the Empire Strikes Back.
Then.
Yeah.
Okay. I had it completely backwards.
My daddy was going on the first one. He said, "Episode 4. What? We missed 3 episodes?" Because he used to go and see old serials at the movie before the movie came on. He didn't stay for the movie. He just came for the serial.
The original star map from the 25th anniversary CD-ROM.
Oh, wow.
AKA the DRM for the game.
United Federation of Planets.
That's it.
That's cool.
If you didn't have this and you went to the wrong planet before every mission, you'd end up in like the neutral zone somewhere, either the Klingon or Romulan neutral zone. And depending on how far off you were, determined how badly you got beat.
Yeah.
And this guy here, I just showed JL a second ago, but this guy here, yeah, this is the remnants of the Enterprise A micro machine. And as you can tell, the registry is not straight.
Mm-hmm.
It was never straight. There's a good detail on the thing, though, but very disappointed that the primary hull went by, or the secondary hull went bye-bye.
What happened to that?
It's been 30 years, so
yeah.
The Lord has my memory of that. It's gone.
Yeah, I have some old the Playmates ships, and a lot of them, the nacelles, have gone missing over the years.
2007. That was the last time I read Amtrak. Oh,
I missed when Walmart was selling Star Trek props. I got a phaser of the Next Generation, the old handheld, not the phaser 2. and tricorder. I miss them selling Star Trek stuff.
Yeah, you said some of that stuff too.
Ah,
I had to
Man.
mow a lot of lawns to get them things.
I wish I could find my other micro machines. I have to go fishing for them somewhere in the Delta Quadrant. I'll be right back. I'm going
All
to
right.
sign off for this and then sign back on before my phone overheats.
Excuse me.
Be right back.
Oh, we had a tree snap in half during this recent storm we had. We had 85 miles per hour wind, and it nearly hit our building.
Well, that's rough.
Lights went out for 4 hours. And
Sounds like a
I have night blindness, so I thank God I had a little lamp thing, a little lantern thing to have a little light during those 4 hours, because my night blindness, I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face.
Yeah, night blindness. I'm getting there. I'm having very difficulty seeing in the night.
I guess I'm glad. I can see pretty good in the dark. And
Not
especially
me
when
anymore.
storms like that just went through here. Oh, I preferred driving at night there instead of during the day during those storms. Because then you don't have the light reflecting off every snowflake.
Oh.
My light from my smart TV, it's a 30-inch, I think. It's bright enough to where I can walk into around my apartment. But if I didn't have that on, blind.
Hey, Bird, if you're still in the chat, are you in fact wrenched? Actually,
Yeah, yes.
okay. Can you drop a link to the Twitter thread into the chat? Because I'm be interested in sharing that and watching that drama unfold. That's got to be interesting. Because last I checked, Robert Meyer Burnett, by the way, here's the quote again. Robert Meyer Burnett talked to Terry Metalis, and Terry Metalis hosted him, and they had this whole viewing of all of season 3, though it was grossly unfinished at the time. And Robert Burnett put out a video a couple of days later, pretty much simping over the entire series, over that season 3 specifically. And everybody's been flaming Robert Burnett, including Doomcock. So I'm really interested in seeing what this conversation looks like.
Huh. Yeah.
So I'm really interested in seeing it. And I found my my live stream simulcast on Twitter.
I keep losing him, Robert, his YouTube channel. I keep losing it. I just looked a while ago and it's gone again.
He keeps changing the name of it.
Like,
It's
why
just
would you do
completely
that?
off.
What'd you say, Gorilla?
Why would you keep changing the name of your channel? That's just a good way to lose subs.
Mm-hmm.
He keeps rebranding.
Yeah, the Orville guy just changed his YouTube channel again to Egotastic Fun Time. Makes me wonder, what's going to happen to the Orville? What's happened to the Orville?
No. Hey there, Gap.
Greetings.
Hey, Gap, how you doing? Welcome to the pate. I see Random Menace. I see Donnie Pearson.
Well, I would say even if the Orville gets renewed, it's probably going to be a while before we would even see the next season. So I imagine he has to cover something else in the meantime.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I see a lot of people reacting to Doomcock's post, but nothing here about. Oh, there's somebody tearing up a bodega. Wait, is that a bodega or is that a Walmart? It's a CVS. Figures.
I wouldn't surprise me if it's Walmart or someone's trashing Walmart.
Oh yeah, they're charging bags now.
Walmart's charging for a bag?
Yeah, they said it would start on January 1st or 3rd.
They're late to the party. We've been paying for bags here for the last 2.5 years. Maybe you have to follow Robert Meyer Burnett. Hold on, Robert.
Well, they can kiss my ass on that. I ain't paying for no damn bag.
It's better to buy those. What do you call those things? It's kind of like those green things, I think, or whatever color they were. I bought from our local grocery store about 8 bags, so I wouldn't have to worry about those plastic ones. And they hold a lot more.
Oh, next time I go to Walmart and they charge me for a bag, I'll just start yelling at them at customer service and tell them I'll go on a rant on my channel.
Well, if I go anywhere and they want to charge me for bags, I'll just say I'll carry the stuff out myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bring my own bags too. When we go food shopping to save money on grocery bags, we got 2 regular shopping baskets and a cooler bag that we just put all of our groceries in and carry it out.
But if you have if you do that, what is it called? You do their app and you buy your groceries or whatever from Walmart, and you come and pick it up, it's going to be bagged already.
Yeah, for free, I might add.
No. Yeah, it'll be charged. We already found out. I got to do it tomorrow because I don't know what happened. I lost my card, my food stamp card. But they said if I know the account on the card, I can get it and then report it lost.
The Walmart here, yeah, they don't charge you here. We got Walmart under a different brand, but it is Walmart.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't charge you anything to do that thing.
Yeah.
And I heard Family Dollar's fixing to close some stores. They're owned by Dollar Tree.
I heard that too.
They're doing bad. Winn-Dixie is about to close some stores. Wow. And they just bought a new store, turning it all into Winn-Dixie, and it looks like they're going to be closing some stores because of losing money. So, did y'all hear about that NFL player that his heart stopped on the field and they had to do CPR? I think his name is Damon or Damar.
Here, just a sec. I got the thing right here.
We've been talking about that on Discord.
Yeah, I didn't really care. So, Damar Hamlin.
Yeah.
I didn't really care.
Hey, Resolute.
Hey, Germ.
I just highlight Gap as well. It came in when I was chilling.
There was a doctor that put on Twitter saying that he gave him the booster and he was fine. He didn't. He did a test. He didn't have COVID or nothing. He was basically trying to cover his butt, and then the Twitter thing took it off, or he did.
I think he would have, because if it was Facebook, I would have believed it, or YouTube, but Twitter's been not taking much down except if you criticize Elon.
Yeah, I heard about that. Oh, did you hear about the new rules of YouTube?
Oh yeah.
What's
No
that?
cussing within 8 seconds or you are demonetized. And I'm going like, well, why would anyone cuss on their channel? But there's a guy that does, and he's losing a lot of his demonetization from past videos. I mean, years past.
Hmm.
So, wow.
And it's
I
not the
swear on
video
my
being demonetized; it's your
live stream.
entire channel.
Yeah.
It's the channel, not your video.
So you can't swear at all?
Nope.
Nope.
The way it's worded is, you are forbidden to if you swear within the first 8 seconds of the start of your video or live stream, you will get demonetized instantly,
Mm-hmm.
and the rest. However, the rest of your videos on your channel may remain monetized. They use the word may, so it's at their
May.
discretion. So they will take
Mhm.
you, and they have been taking people down.
So
Yep.
in other words, they'll take down my one video when I went on a rant about the high V.
If you're monetized, you're done.
I'm not monetized. I'm not even
Yeah,
close.
Yeah, me neither. So I don't have to worry about it. But I'd like to keep it clean, but that's just me.
Hey, every once in a while you need to go on a rant.
Yeah.
I don't have that problem. I just use YouTube to watch videos.
Yeah, I don't want to go on a rant because I'll start saying stuff that'll probably put me in prison.
Oh wait, you don't have the First Amendment over there.
Oh no. We've got freedom of speech in Japan. Absolutely. It's just a conformist society. But
I-
no,
What?
I'm
A what?
a conformist society.
I have absolutely no idea what the hell that means.
Well,
Oh,
think of the Borg,
Sorry.
except with individuality. They choose to be in the collective.
sound like the Borg.
Yeah. They don't have to be in the collective, but they choose to be in the collective.
Mhm. Shoot, in China, we had a church member go to China and be a missionary over there, and he was a teacher in a college, and he had Bible class about 2 nights a week, and they had to, when he sent letters to the church, he had to substitute Lord, Christ, Spirit, and blood with something else, kind of like code words.
Mm-hmm. Oh, China has legal mandated atheism, and even your Buddhism over there, practicing Buddhists have to really jump through hoops to make sure that it's not a religious type of thing, but more of a state.
Mm-hmm.
Look what they've done to Tibet. And Resolute says the 8-second thing is just a spot filler. They'll demonetize you for whatever they want
Amen.
at any time they want. That is 100% accurate.
Yep.
Back to the China
Because
thing.
a dude I was watching today, I can't remember what his channel is. He went literally ape nuts on COVID, saying that it's possible that Damar Hamlin, his what happened to him was possibly due to his booster shot, and he may be, that video will probably be gone, and he may be taken off for 30 days.
Meanwhile, everybody saw the hit he took, including me, because they replayed it several times over.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they've been. That's all I've been seeing is that hit. He didn't get hit that hard. I've gotten hit harder than that from my sister.
Of course, it is like he said. He was a the dude, his channel, he was a medical kind of like professional back in the day. He worked for NFL and basketball. What's the sport? NBA. And he was telling people that it was possible that the hit may have caused that. It's possible, but usually it's a much harder hit, but it is possible because he's seen it done before.
If DeMar has, we're speaking about DS9, if DeMar had an underlying health condition in his heart, let's say like a murmur or a hole in the aorta or some sort of other condition that could easily contribute to a cardiac arrest or a severe AFib, if in fact it was from the hit, then it's completely conceivable that the hit was enough.
Yes.
Yeah, you see the super cuts of videos where you've got referees and athletes dropping stone cold to the ground, and blaming the vax and everything. But sometimes it's not the vax, and people screaming on Twitter, "Oh, it's the vax! It's the vax! It's the vax!" You don't have the facts, and you don't know DeMar's pathology.
That's right.
So to claim the vax did it, I mean, I'm
wrong.
no pro-vaxxer. Don't get me wrong. I'm no pro-vaxxer. I am vaxxed, but only because I needed to travel. That's it. For no other reason other than that. And I regret it every day of my life. And the medical side effects to the manhood that you hear about online are 100% true. I can attest to that. That being said, though, I am vaxxed.
My doctor told me not to take it.
Yeah, don't. Not as a cardiac patient. But that being said, though, I don't think DeMar had a reaction to the vax. I don't think he was another drop dead.
I don't think so either.
I think it was the hit. I think there are probably underlying medical conditions that contributed to the heart stopping due to blunt force trauma.
Yeah.
He could have had other injuries to the sternum that could have cracked some ribs right in the right spot that would have put enough pressure on the heart to stop at the right time, which is like a 1 in a million thing that can happen. It's like 1 every millisecond where the heart is resetting itself in between beat cycles, from what I hear.
Right. I saw a baseball umpire get hit with a baseball at the mask. And when they checked him, he was okay. They went on with the game. And all of a sudden, he was squatting and he just went right down on top of the catcher. So, yeah.
Thomas says other players' careers have ended by far less of a hit. Indeed.
Right.
It's everybody's different. Everybody's constructed differently, no matter how fit you are. Look at Jackie Joyner Kersey, one of the greatest track and field athletes of all time. Multiple gold medalist, fit as a fiddle, not an ounce of fat on her body, pure muscle. If you looked up the real Superman in the dictionary, you would get a picture of Jackie Joyner Kersey, dead due to a heart attack back in the 1990s, way before this.
Was he like a real buff person, like a bodybuilder?
Huh?
Was he like a bodybuilder?
No, she wasn't. She was she was a runner, track and field.
Yep.
Okay, because I know like those bodybuilders that like get those big old backs, muscles, and everything. That they get, that's real. Apparently, that's a real strenuous on the heart. They're having that.
A lot of that's drug induced, though, with steroids.
Yeah,
and a lot of them are juicing up to drugs other than steroids that give you more exaggerated muscle mass imagery, but poisons your blood and will kill you. Hi, Brad Wolf. How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the game, to the show, not the game.
I had a friend who jogged every day. for about 20 something years. And he was just about to hit 45 and years of age. And he was jogging, and all of a sudden he just went right down on the ground, rolled into a ditch. He was dead.
Hey, Mercer, welcome to the show, buddy.
You never know
Folks, if
what
you're
will
just-
happen to you.
Folks, if you're
Hey,
just
Mercer.
joining us,
Sorry.
folks, and you want to join us on the panel, click on the link at the top of the chat there. You're more than welcome to come in. It's an open panel. We're just discussing whatever comes to mind. It's just an impromptu stream, just chilling.
Yep.
Chilling out on your Tuesday night, Wednesday morning here in Japan. Time is currently 11:40 a.m. local time on the 4th. The temperature is 9 degrees Celsius, and it is sunny outside here in Tokyo.
What's that in Fahrenheit?
That's going to be about 40-ish.
Wow.
Hey, you can come grab all the snow we just had.
48 degrees, actually, in Fahrenheit. So I was close. Not really. I said 40-ish.
There's going to be some flooding after that snow all melts.
In my town? Or where are you talking?
Like the one where they got heavy snow at. There was a video of this reporter. He said, now we're worried about flooding.
Oh, you're
after
talking
the
about
snow
Buffalo.
melts. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thomas
well, they have
goes,
4 feet dump on them.
Yeah, northwestern Japan got this country's been getting hit pretty hard too with snow all the way from Hokkaido all the way down to Kyushu on the other side of the Japanese Alps. So nothing's falling over here, but all the cloud cover and stuff is on the other side of the mountains out towards the coast, the Sea of Japan. Thomas brings us back, says also long before COVID, I've seen players fall over after getting hit and standing up. Yeah, that's
True. Yeah, that is true.
I understand and am sympathetic with those people who have lost loved ones or have suffered severe injuries or body transformations. Speaking of myself, due to the vaccine, I understand that those are real. I understand that maybe some of the cases that the supercuts of these videos have shown could possibly have been the facts. But DeMar, I can almost say with absolute certainty, because I called it from right without even seeing it. I called it. I was on Discord, and it just sounded like AFib due to impact. That's what it sounded like. And as soon as they said cardiac arrest after impact, because I saw it, he got hit. He got up and was clutching his chest instantly when he got up. I don't think that's the vax. That can't be.
That's true.
And Thomas is right. Every vaccine can cause problems.
That's true.
I'm not saying that it's definitely not the case, but in this instance, this was a genuine injury. And the people on the far right, who I more relate to because of my political and religious views, unfortunately, there's a whole handful of them that just go off the deep end every time they see rainfall. And this is why I don't give credence to a lot of stories on the internet about, people going to jail, people getting prosecuted and things like that. Because I've read and heard all of that from both sides, from Young Turks claiming that Donald Trump was going to get arrested and thrown in prison right out of the Oval Office, to people claiming that Hillary Clinton was going to actually face consequences for her crimes. None of that played out because none of that was true. Yep. I don't believe any of that. And those are the same people that are saying that are believing that are spreading the crap on Twitter right now, just as bad as the woke mob is spreading their woke bull crap about the vax, claiming this incident here with DeMar. It's not.
Yeah.
I'm almost certain that it's not.
Yeah. I've
And
seen local football players here at the high school just drop out because of heat. Anything
Mhm.
could happen.
Mm-hmm. Resolute says the NFL gag order isn't helping things right. It's an image problem. The NFL, I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong, they have a vaccine mandate in place. Like you can't play ball without being vaxxed.
Yeah,
That's what that dude was talking about today, that they did have a mandate.
Okay, so they all had to be vaxxed. So it's against their, it could be against some of their wills. I mean, if you're staring in the face of standing up against putting poison in your body versus multi-million-dollar paycheck every game, what are you going to choose? The majority of the people are going to choose, forget the body, give me the millions. And we all know what happens in the end of that.
It's like some military people. They refused to take the vaccine, and they were fired.
Mm-hmm. Discharged.
Because it's a mandate in the military to take it.
Mm-hmm. And you get pumped with no less than 20 or 30 vaccines of different sorts in boot camp. I can attest to that. I went through Navy boot camp. They, week 1 was the first 20, and then like week 7 was the last 20, where they actually used the hypo sprays instead of the regular syringes. It's like they got kinder to you in the later.
Yeah.
Thomas says there wasn't a mandate. Aaron Rodgers was never vaccinated. I see.
Oh, okay. And that was wrong. Okay.
Maybe
Maybe
it's the NBA that you're thinking about, because there's a few of them that were benched because they refused to get it, or they couldn't play in certain games because they didn't get it because of maybe the state ordinance, or the something about maybe the city or state ordinances.
There's a religious exemption, I think, then in that case, because Aaron Rodgers, I don't know if he's playing. I'm not up to the current political dealings of the NFL. I stopped caring when they went woke back in 2016.
Yeah.
And I started hashtag boycott the NFL, and it actually caught fire. Because at the time, now it's just a lost cause.
Right.
All right, Thomas is clearing up. I work for an NFL team. I'm a nobody, and they never told me I needed vaxxed. Now, Thomas, that being said, would that not apply to you, but only to the players? I'm going to bring on Mercer.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mercer.
Hey, Mercer.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me on for a little bit.
Oh, you're more than welcome anytime.
Thanks. Yeah, I didn't see the hit, but I saw the news coverage because my brother is a Buffalo fan. So you were sending messages about it yesterday. Sucks.
Yeah, I think the Chiefs are starting a drive for him.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that
possibly
they're putting him up above the needs of a football schedule.
Yeah.
Oh, he was with the Chiefs, not the Bills.
No. He's with the Bills. He's with the Bills, but the Chiefs are doing something for him. If I read
nice.
the headlines correctly.
Yeah, because both teams were huddled around him praying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that they ended the game there, because that was a good thing to do.
But you kind of surprised me. I thought they didn't end the games for someone getting carted off to the hospital.
They probably usually don't, but this is different, I guess.
Yeah, there's something different about this.
His heart stopped on the field. They had to give him CPR. Took him 10 minutes to revive him.
Yeah.
is what
Yeah,
I
you
heard.
can't really start the game after that. Not.
People on Twitter are going after the doctor who made a post where she said
Yep.
that they were going to rule out certain brain injuries or certain things. And the people on Twitter don't know how to speak English because they don't know what rule out means.
Hmm.
Rule out is not the same as not thinking about it. Rule out means that they're going to test for it and make sure that it's not that certain bad thing had not happened, so they can rule it out. You can't rule out anything. You can't say, well, this is certainly not it without testing for it.
Right.
And people just don't get it. I could find the thread here on Twitter. It's, man, people, and I thought the woke mob was bad.
Yeah.
No, they still are.
Oh yeah, they're terrible, but people on my side of the aisle step farther than where I'm at. They're nuts.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, ignorance is not confined to one side of the aisle.
Yeah,
True.
it's true.
Oh wait,
Very
I think
true.
I hear like a quiz master in the stream.
Where?
Oh my gosh, there's a guy that does the quizzes and Jeopardy and stuff. Judges my answers and always makes me wrong.
I'm
Can't
not sure
believe
that's entirely accurate.
Yeah, there was a couple of times in that one game a couple of weeks ago where I came close on a pronunciation and you decided not really, Mercer. Like the Ascension one really kind of got me.
Yeah,
And
pronunciation, it's tough sometimes.
I'm just busting you, you know that, right?
Yeah, I know.
Germ says they didn't have a choice and the coaches and players refused to continue.
That's right. One of the coaches said that excuse me, said that they was going to stop the game. Out of respect of the family. And that was the right thing to do. Because
Could they
no
get
one was.
fined for that if the NFL pencil pushers decided to go with the game? Could everybody get fined for that? Hypothetically, I'm not speaking like in actuality, I'm sure. But if the people in the suits decided the game must go on for a schedule and everybody refused to play it, what would happen if they couldn't agree?
I have no idea. I guess they would. I don't know. I know it was an important game due to getting near to the playoffs, but they can replay it.
That's the only reason I was thinking about it. Like I
They
said,
can replay it.
Yeah, if it's a preseason game or how far did they get into the game before this happened?
I don't know. I don't know what quarter it was.
It's scary either way. I hope he's okay. Seemed like a good young guy.
24 years old.
Yeah, he also did a lot of charities and hospital
Yeah,
visits.
they mentioned on TMZ that his toy drive has gotten $4 million.
Yeah, that's great.
This is going back to Twitter real quick. Bradwell says, I never got on Twitter before Elon. It was a cesspool. After Elon, it's still a cesspool, but it's improving a bit. This is true because what I just did wouldn't definitely have not been allowed. Somebody reposted or retweeted from a user. It says that Mitch McConnell remains the longest serving party leader ever, demonstrates the pathetic nature of Conservative Incorporated and how it allowed him to fester unchallenged for years. To which I replied, let me shut down your argument with one name from your side, Joe Biden. Thank you and good night.
By the way, what movies are you guys looking forward to this year?
Super Mario Brothers.
I'm looking forward to Dunk Part 2. And I'm looking forward to actually Dune Part 2, but it looks like Dunk and Oppenheimer and Mission Impossible.
Hey, Jeff.
Great.
If you're home,
Professor.
if you're home, come on board. If you're home, that is.
Hey, Professor.
Oh, well, that answers my question. A few moments. Okay.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, Oppenheimer, Dunk, and Mission Impossible.
Yeah, I'd also be interested to
Barbie,
see
like-
it Dune Part 2.
What's that?
Sorry, I was just saying I'd also be interested to see Dune Part 2.
Yeah, I call it Dunk because it looks like Dunk on the poster, but yeah, I thought Dune Part 1 was fantastic.
Oh, see, IDW, I'm going to share this because this is going to be something that people are going to roll their eyes over. Not slides. Boo. Present. Share screen. Brave tab. See, Dr. Crusher figured this out. Dr. Crusher trying to figure out if Cisco is still human in a preview of IDW's Star Trek #3.
Yeah, they said that Joseph Sisko is dead in the comic.
He is dead in real life, Brock Peters, but
Yeah.
He's dead in
Makes-
real life.
Brock Peters
Yeah.
passed away years ago.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were talking about Captain Sisko, not.
No, his dad, the one that owned the restaurant Cisco.
Oh, okay.
Ben's
In the comic, one of the employees said he took the recipe of his gumbo to his grave, but we had been watching him for years how to make it, so we know how to make it anyway.
Who said that?
One of the employees in the comic of the Cisco restaurant said that to somebody.
So let me get this straight. This is supposed to be Dr. Crusher.
Don't look like her, except for the red hair.
It looks like Spock with red hair. These drawings are awful.
I had a friend that did a Next Generation comic for Wildstorm years ago in the 90s, and it came out okay. It was called Perchance to Dream. He showed me, like, they had to draw a picture of the Enterprise blowing up, and he showed me the model that he used to do it.
That's it right there.
That's supposed to be Jake.
On the right, the bottom right. That's the thing.
Grandpa Joe actually took that recipe with him when he passed. Said that we watched to make it so many times. Why would we need it to be written? Why would we need it written down? Reasonable assumption from a patriarch. What? Are they taking a woke? Oh, of course, this is IDW. Right, Germ? Look at this crap. My 4-year-old draws better.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if that's supposed to be a non-binary Vulcan or something.
Oh, that's very patriarchal of you. Shut up.
I have the Orville comics that came out in graphic novel form. They came out pretty good. Drawing.
Is that guy Vulcan?
Supposedly, to Lear.
What happened to his bowl cut?
This is the 21st century. They don't do that anymore. Now they all look like this guy from the 90s. Boo. This is
Well,
awful. Like,
I gotta go, guys. I'll talk to you a little bit later.
All right.
all right, Mercer. Thanks
you
for
for
coming.
coming, Mercer.
I'll try to join in later. I'm just not feeling that well. So talk to you. to you soon.
No, no worries.
Be praying
No
for you.
worries.
Thanks.
Hope you feel better.
I've been throwing up all day, so I gotta go. Talk to you soon.
Oh Lord.
Sorry to
All
hear
right, my
that,
man.
Mercer.
Take it easy.
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
I had
catch
to
you
leave
later.
school early. I had to leave school early and come home and throw up in the bathroom all day. Terrible
Mm.
day. That's why I'm gonna be home tomorrow. I've decided I'm just not gonna even try to go to work. All
I
right.
hear
Be
that.
praying for you.
Thank you very much. If I feel focused enough, I might play Jedi Order or some shit, but probably not.
I won't be playing games on my channel anytime soon.
Oh,
I tried.
I like Jayla, by the way. She's one of my favorite new characters that I like. That I mean, I have a soft spot for that movie. I don't think it's art, but I like it a lot. I just enjoy watching it. Anyway, talk to you soon.
All right, my man. Take it easy.
Later.
See you.
That person looks like a man.
That's Sophia Botella, and
She looks like a
she's
square jaw.
yeah, she's very she's got a masculine build, but she's definitely not a man.
Her face looks like she's a man.
Yeah, the shoulders also complement the fact
Yeah.
that she's got a masculine build, but she's not trans or anything. She's if you saw her in the disaster film The Mummy that she was in, she looks great.
Not the original, the reboot.
The reboot of the reboot.
Okay. Reboot of a reboot. Wow.
The Alex Kurtzman version. And I'm not joking, it was Alex
That
Kurtzman.
explains it.
Yep.
Boy, Janeway was really what's the word? She was really raving over Kurtzman on the Ready Room.
I don't want to know.
Which I love Prodigy. I saw every episode. I loved it. I started to not like the main character, the augment guy, Doll, and
Yeah.
I just started liking him. He started getting better.
Mhm. The last 3 episodes were really good in my opinion, but I did not really enjoy the first 17. And I had a problem when they first brought Janeway on. The full
Really?
Janeway. Now, yeah, I had a problem with her because she was not they did not write her correctly until episode 17. In the last couple of episodes. Brad Wolf says, I watched the Tom Cruise Mummy. I didn't know that was the actress. Yep, Sophia Botella. That was her. I will be right back. I am going to answer a call of nature. And just probably to forewarn you, Brad Wolf, we might be spoiling it. So I hope you don't mind.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry. Because I got a lot to say about it. I'll be right back, folks.
Okay.
You know, overall, I've enjoyed Prodigy. There were a couple of episodes that were kind of meh, but I think it's pretty good compared to the rest of New Trek.
Yeah, I agree with you. There were some meh, but overall, I liked it.
What'd you say there, Gorilla?
Oh, nothing. I was yelling at the kid.
Oh, okay.
I was making sure he went to bed. Because half the time he says he doesn't hear me. I thought I muted myself.
I was, I don't know why I was doing it, because usually I don't. But I was watching the live stream on a PBS on YouTube channel about the voting in for the Speaker of the House. And it's 3 people, Jeffers, McCarthy, and Jordan. Well, Jordan's people, about 19 of them, broke rank from the Republican side and tried to get Jordan in there. Well, what they didn't know was if they did that, that could put the Democrat, Jeffers, into the Speaker of the House, because the last vote he lost, he failed McCarthy to get the Speaker of the House on the first round. So they did a second round. Well, he didn't get it either. But the total shocked me. Jeffers 219, McCarthy 202, and Jordan 20. And I said to myself, they have got to make some kind of deal or something to get those 20 people to get McCarthy into office, because Jordan refused. He doesn't want to be Speaker of the House. And he told them, stop voting for me. I'm voting for McCarthy. And he voted for McCarthy twice. So they're risking the Democrats to get the Speaker of the House again, even though the Republicans won the election for the Speaker for the House.
I thought you had to have a majority.
You do. He didn't. None of them had a majority to win the Speaker of the House. So after the second vote, they what is the word I'm trying to think of? They adjourned. They adjourned until noon tomorrow to try to vote again. What that means is they want to adjourn and try to get those 20, either on the Democrat side or the Republican side. So they're both sides are going to try to deal to get them over there. I enjoyed it, but man, it takes forever to call the entire roll. I thought possibly they would have a vote on their machines. That way it'd be quicker, but apparently their machines only do yay or nay. So they had to call it out aloud. And takes forever for 400 and something members. But it was a good watch. I think I'll watch it again tomorrow. Because there was nothing else new on my YouTube subscribe channels. So I just watched that. Came up on my suggestions.
Resolute says F. McCarthy, he's as bad as a Democrat.
Yes.
Thomas says somehow Berto Prey 5 will win a speaker.
I kind of like Jordan's posts on Twitter about what needs to happen to the country. That's probably the reason why they all switched to those 20 switched to Jordan. But they're risking losing the Speaker of the House if they don't switch. So I'm praying they go with it, because it's better than having Jeffers on there. But I know one of the reasons why they want Jeffers. He's younger and everything. And it would be the first black Speaker of the House.
On our side?
No, on their side.
Oh,
Democrat side.
you Dems. Oof.
Yeah, I'm a Republican. I switched to Republican after the second Obama term.
My voting habits are kind of confusing. I went Republican on the Bush 2 term,
Mm-hmm.
and then he pooped the bed. And then I voted for Obama twice.
Okay.
Me
Me
Obama
once.
pooped the bed. And I hadn't left the right side since I voted Trump.
Yep. Do you know I didn't get to vote for Trump the first time? They wouldn't let me, and I still can't figure out why. They just told me I couldn't vote.
I abstained the second time, though. I abstained because I knew for 100% certain that they would delay my ballot. They were going to X-ray
Well, they were
it.
throwing away ballots in the dumpster.
They
Well, the
sure
news
were.
showed it.
They sure were.
Yeah. And I mean, talking about hundreds of thousands of ballots because they
Mhm.
proved it. They showed it on video of the post woman in California just throwing away the ballots, and they had a what do you call it, a close up of one of the ballots, and it had an R symbol, which means that person was a Republican voting.
Mhm. That's why I didn't vote. I didn't bother.
And that's what a lot of people didn't vote, because they just assumed Trump would get in. That's not how you do it.
No.
You every vote counts if it's counted.
Right.
And everybody needs to vote.
Your vote can also be silenced like it was in 2016. Or
Mm,
need to really, not 2016, 2020, but we really need to curb this kind of conversation on YouTube. It's permissible
sir.
on Twitter, but not here.
Yes, sir.
I think we mentioned the vaccine and being
Yeah,
anti-vax.
I
Then,
keep forgetting that YouTube doesn't like it,
yeah,
so I apologize.
I'm not.
YouTube.
I'm not monetized anyway, but that still
Yeah.
means that once this goes into replay, that it's not going to get any notices.
Do you know that I had problem after the lights came back on. I had to sign in on my Roku device, my TV, and it took me forever to figure out how to do it. And sheep dip.
Mhm.
Well, that thought went away. Dang. I don't know what I was trying to think of. God, my memory. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm also considering whether or not I should really keep my job as an engineer, because the memory problems are starting to get much worse.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, my wife was telling me that my appointment was tomorrow, look, the 5th, but I was insisting it was the 4th, which is today. So I got up today and went to the hospital to get my blood work done, and the appointment was tomorrow. My doctor wasn't in the hospital today because she's still on winter break, and
Yeah. I'm that way too. My aid workers have to remind me when my appointments are. Shoot, they
'Cause
have to remind me to take my medicine too. Shoot.
my wife said, well, you've got to put it down on a schedule. I did put it down on a schedule. Doesn't help. And I've been
Nope.
having these memory problems that are interfering with my work life. Oh, my boss is asking me a simple question about what did so and so say about this, that, and the other thing, and I'm stuck not remembering.
Yeah.
Even though I was right there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, that's the problem, Rez. The brain scan that I had when I had my accident revealed nothing. And if there was anything, it probably won't show up for a while.
May I ask what accident you had?
I had a trip and fall accident.
Oh.
Split my head open.
Oh, yeah.
Split my forehead open. There was no skull injury or brain injury, but there's a lot of blood, and my right eyebrow is detached from the muscle fibers.
Oh, dang.
So
sorry.
half of it is. The other half makes it look like I'm a Vulcan now on one side. And when I raise my eyebrows, I raise it like Spock.
Yeah.
The one eyebrow, because only about a third of the right eyebrow is still attached to the fibers, the muscles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I busted the back of my skull back in 1986. They had to rush me to the hospital.
Thomas says, I thought yesterday was Sunday and wondered why Chick-fil-A was open. You know what, though? Like I said on Discord, I had that same feeling. Like I'm sitting coding another project, and it felt like a Sunday. So that's not that unusual. But man, trying to remember the simple things.
Yeah.
And I really should have probably started worrying about this 20 years ago when I'm talking to my ex-fiance on the phone, on my cell phone, and we're having a conversation. I'm trying to get ready for work. All of a sudden I start to panic and I'm looking for my cell phone. Like, where's my phone? You know, my ex-fiance, she was very supportive of me at the time and just like, well, calm down, think about it for a second. Where did you last see it? And I said, I swore it was on the bed. And it took me a whole 20 minutes tearing my apartment apart to realize the cell phone I was looking for while on the phone with my ex-fiance, who was my fiance at the time, was what I was talking to my fiance on. I was holding and using the cell phone I was looking for.
Yeah. I've had a time where I would ask my aid worker, where are my glasses? I'm wearing them. I'm looking for my glasses, my reading glasses, and I had them on the entire time, didn't notice. That's getting bad, dude.
Yeah, mine's pretty bad. Like, I've lost my keys while I was holding them. So
I had to ask my aid worker to call my phone. I couldn't find my cell phone. It was in my chair in front of me. I have a chair that I put my legs up to rest them up because I have fluid in my legs. And it was staring right at me, and I didn't see it. It's getting bad, dude.
Yeah. I've got a really bad brain fog.
I guess that's what you would call mine. Yeah.
Yeah, I really... It was bad since I was in my late 20s. So it's definitely not the vaccine. Let's put that aside real quick before somebody brings it up.
Yeah.
I've had it for a long time, and going into my 40s now, it's just going to get worse. And
my mother had first stage Alzheimer's, and they constantly check on me because of my, what you call it, brain fog.
See, Resolute, this is why I do programming, though, in my spare time, because it challenges me to continue to think and use my brain. Whereas a lot of people in my position would just sit on it and lean on it like it was their crutch or disability. And I can't afford to do that. But the one thing that I'm really sad about now is that I really should not be doing the job I'm doing. Not because I don't deserve it or I'm not entitled to it or anything else like that. You know, growing up with an abusive mother constantly telling me the lie that I am entitled and things will come to me because I'm naturally this and that. I believed it and wrote out my entire childhood thinking that same thing instead of hustling and working for what I want to do and what I want to be, which is what I want to do, which is what I'm doing now. You know, wanting to be an engineer, wanting to do software programming, wanting to do hardware, industrial hardware design. That's what I've wanted to do aside from working on the railroad.
Right.
But starting in my 40s, I don't have time to work and get to where my boss is. My boss, I look at my boss and I see what I could have been if I had done it right. But I'm now 41 years old with 6 months of actual engineering experience under my belt. What am I supposed to do now that I've got my brain fog is coming in? Which, by the way, also, yeah, all by the way, yep.
You don't look.
Well, right now I look like a burning Romulan, but that's besides the point. No, I mean, I've got Alzheimer's in my family. So it's not going to get better.
No, my mother had it. My aunt had, 2 of my aunts had it. So,
I'm just, I'm going through each and every day, and I feel like they're being robbed from me because I know what's coming down the road. Unless the rapture comes and Jesus brings us into the church, or brings us up, brings up his church. Lord. I know what's coming if that doesn't happen in my lifetime. I think it's going to happen in my lifetime, but come quickly, Lord Jesus, or bring the meteor, whichever's first.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been saying asteroid 20. I've been calling for an asteroid for the last 6 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not even the asteroids want anything to do with us.
Yeah.
No.
Well, people keep saying, why won't aliens visit us? Well, we got people eating Tide Pods. Would you want to visit us?
And licking ice creams.
Right. Watch YouTube and look on and hack our Twitter feeds. They're not coming.
Did you see that video where a Walmart employee found a shopper stripped down to his underwear in one of the freezers?
Oh, I've heard about that. By the way, Thomas,
yeah,
I've done that before too.
Hey, Jay, all the Walmart stories I've heard, that does not surprise me.
I have to go early to get a electric cart because I cannot walk all through that huge Walmart. When they built this Walmart here in Bastrop, they said that it was the biggest Walmart at the time, and then I think it was 8 months later they built a huger one up in Kokomo, Indiana. And I've been in that one. Son, that's like a mall. Holy sheep dip.
Oh, hey Jeff, welcome
and they
back.
They had more electric carts there than we do.
I remember when the one in Alliance, Ohio opened up back in the early 2000s. They're like, this is the biggest one.
Yeah, they keep getting bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. And the one in Alliance, Ohio is huge. Absolutely huge. And they're getting bigger too.
Mm-hmm. They just built a Walmart here in Monroe, Louisiana about 5 or 6 years ago, I think. And it's just for groceries. It's not the regular Walmart thing where it's Walmart and groceries. It's just pure groceries. And it's a huge hit.
Red says it's a pretty regular thing at Walmart. That's why they lock the freezer's doors at night. Yeah?
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much every Walmart. If you look on YouTube and you look up entitled Karens, that's all you get are just are Walmart freakouts.
Shoot, I go to Walmart to buy bread or milk or eggs, and they hardly have any.
That's why I go to Quick Trip. They're a lot cheaper also.
Oh man.
We have 4 stores here. Walmart, a 2 small ones, Save You More and Bastrop Superfoods, and then we have a Super One Foods equivalent of Brookshire's. We don't have a Safeway, which I miss Safeway. Oh my Lord, I miss Safeway. But now they're saying that Safeway may close all its stores in 2023. Someone reported. I don't know if it's true or not. And we don't have a Wendy. We used to have a Piggly Wiggly. They're gone.
Let's see.
Shoot, when our mill closed, that was the end of Bastrop. Everything was shutting down. Mom and pop stores, everything.
Google is not yielding any stories here about Safeway. They might be rebranding.
Yeah, it was, I don't know if it still is or not, but it was owned by Albertsons. They bought out Safeway. Safeway sold their stores here in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas to something called Harvest Foods, but then they just went dead within about 10 years. They closed both Safeway stores here. I'm trying to remember what the video said that, Kroger's is trying to buy out Albertsons and all their stores, is what the video said.
Thomas is breaking some news to us. Astronaut Walter Cunningham from
Yes.
Apollo 7 just passed away.
That's a shame.
Yep. I saw that on Google.
He was 90.
In his 90s.
He was 89.
Oh, 89? Okay.
He was 89. He was born March 16th, 1932 and died 9 years shy of. Wait. 90. My bad.
Oh, he was 90?
My math is wrong. It's the other side of that. 90. That's a decent life. Shy of 91. That's a good clip.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was. We had our first celebrity die on New Year's Day. I can't remember who it was. I don't know if it was an actress or what.
For a year.
I don't know if it was an actress or what. I remember it was a black lady. It could have been an actress. I'm not sure.
Let's see. There's a list from page 6, New York Times or New York Post, I believe. Share and RAP to those who have lost their lives with us. Jeff, anytime if you want to come on board, anybody that's in the chat, if you want to come join us, just click the link on the top of the chat. We will let you on the panel. Ken Block, I don't know if you guys know this person. I certainly don't. Pro Rally driver died on January 2nd.
Oh,
Fred
okay.
White, drummer. Earth, Wind, and Fire perished at 67. Gangsta Boo, January 1st, 2023. She was 43. And that's the end of the list here.
Who was that? What was the name of that woman?
Gangsta Boo.
Gangsta Boo. That might have been her.
Never heard of her. She's what kind of a celebrity
No.
she is. I have no idea.
Like I said, I didn't know if she was an actress or a singer or what.
Now, some would argue she has nothing to do with music. She's a rapper. But some would
Yep.
argue.
Except for country rap, I can't understand the regular rap. I can't understand their words.
It depends on who it is. Like I can understand like Tom McDonald's rapping really well, but there's others I can't understand them at all.
I can't stand any. I can't stand. I can't understand any of them of what they're singing. I can't understand the words.
There was yeah, I grew up with brothers who listened to classic old school rap like Run DMC,
Ice-T.
Ice-T, yeah, but Just Ice DMX, not the 90s DMX, the 80s DMX, human beatboxer.
What's that rapper that is on NCIS? LL Cool J.
LL Cool J, yeah, he was more R&B with his style. Will Smith when he was the Fresh Prince. And I grew up on the Wu-Tang Clan, so I got a little more hardcore. Bone Thugs and Harmony, NWA. And a lot of the words that are there, like, I understand because it was all like, F this and
Right.
that, things like that. And
Yeah.
that's mainly what a lot of people focus on are the F's, the N's, and the S's and all this stuff. And the violence that it tries to glorify and everything else like that when,
I could
you
barely understand Salt and Pepper.
Salt and Pepper was another one too.
Yeah.
But they had what they did in those times is something that's lost now on modern rap, which is just awful. They actually rapped about society. They weren't glorifying the thug lifestyle.
Right.
And as much as, you listen to it and it sounds like that they're glorifying it and everything else, they're actually speaking out against it. Like, this is the life. This is the life that a lot of people in my community have no choice but to do. And they, through that expression, they voice their frustration with how bad their society is. And it's not because of them. It's not because of the cops.
Right.
And I got a really bad wake-up call. Well, I've always known it, but you never really knowing something and then experiencing it for yourself are two different things.
Right.
When I stepped outside of Union Station in LA for the first time ever back in October, my heart sank because I finally could see with my own eyes what was going on. And it's not, again, it's not the communities. It's not the cops. It's the white Democrats who promised all of these things and set up all of these things for the communities that the communities never had access to in the first place. That was just a laundering facility for their own money.
Wow.
And
let me ask you a question.
Decades.
What,
it's been like
what does thug life mean?
Well, I have to interpret this.
Because they're always showing a black sunglasses at the end and say,
oh
thug
yeah,
life.
the meme. It's like the mic drop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just a mic drop.
Oh, okay.
Like putting the thug glasses and the blunt in Donald Trump's mouth after he tells Hillary Clinton that she'd be in jail if he was in charge.
Yeah, because they did that with John Wayne through the black sunglasses at Thug Life when he tossed the kid into the river because he said he couldn't swim.
Yeah. He threw him in the
Then the
lake.
mother comes up and says, "He's gonna drown. He don't know how to swim." Well, he's got to learn. And he said, "Well, I don't." She said, "I don't know how to swim either." And he's fixing to dunk her in that river, and she runs away.
I saw that too.
Yeah, I remember that clip.
Boy, I love John
Life.
Wayne.
Resolute says they lived at the modern rappers, just heard about it from earlier rappers. Yeah, because the modern rappers now are spoiled little brats, children of the old school rappers who lived it. And they're not living it anymore. No, the white Democrats did not improve the neighborhoods or anything like that. They're still pretty bad. But a lot of the crap that you see coming out of Hollywood, which I think perpetuates this negative image of places like Compton and South Central LA, where you watch these movies even today and you see different races shooting at each other, killing each other randomly in the streets, this and that. No. This isn't a movie where they show a scene where a black guy, a Mexican guy, and a Chinese guy get on a bus and then they start fighting. No, it's nothing like that in real life. And it might have been that way back in the 80s and 90s, maybe. But sometime around now, and I want to say this is another thing that's thanks to Donald Trump, a lot of people in these neighborhoods have seen that they have been played so bad that a black guy, a Mexican guy, a Chinese guy, and a white guy, raising my hand because I was the white guy, could get on a bus, and not only that, nothing could happen, but people could smile at each other, be cordial and friendly. I had a random Hispanic and a random black lady come right up to me, smile, say, "Hi, how you doing? This rain sucks, doesn't it?" And walk right on by. No problems whatsoever. Was I expecting problems? Hollywood said I should expect problems.
Yeah.
The U.S. government said I should expect problems. Because the U.S. government is saying that the white man is bad and he's going back into these neighborhoods to try and clean house and do all of these things to these minorities. They're not buying it. I'm not buying it.
All right.
There is nothing in my experience in Los Angeles that would suggest that I would be in danger because of somebody else's skin color or nationality. Meanwhile, that's all we hear from Hollywood. That's all we hear from the government.
Yeah.
It's them that's trying to keep the
the fear
stereotypes alive. The fear, exactly.
Yep.
And it's leaking onto Twitter.
Music. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I was just saying it leaked onto Twitter. And now that Elon Musk has flushed the toilet, it's got a long way to go, but a lot of people have shut their mouths right now.
Yep. Speaking of music, I didn't know my icon was on because it hadn't been for a while. I like that man. That man had 64 number one hits, than the most than anybody, more than the Beatles, more than Elvis, which surprised me because I thought Elvis had a lot of number one hits. And George Strait just beat this man's record of 64 number one hits just last year, near the end of the year. That's Conway Twitty.
I was going to say, who's that? I couldn't identify him.
I thought Johnny Cash would have had more.
You would think. I think he's got 40-something. Reba's got 40-something. She's getting up there. But I didn't know that George Strait even had 15 number one hits until he came out with the 15 number one hit albums.
Resolute Germ says it's unfortunate that it took Chaz to teach even a few people in this S-hole that the liberals aren't on their side.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with Chaz.
Who's Chaz? Who's Chaz?
If I'm understanding right, this is the
Basically,
the independent nation that opened up in Seattle.
Oh.
When the leftards took it over.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're the ones that were planting plants on top of concrete. Oh, they threw a bunch of newspaper down. Then they threw a bunch of dirt down on top of concrete. Then what they did was they didn't even take them out of the plants. The plants out of the pots, and they threw it on top of them. Wondered why nothing was growing.
What really ticked me off about that was that they declared war on the United States as soon as they had established their zone, which would have given President Trump at the time all the rights and means to send in the armed forces and take them down.
But he wouldn't do it.
He let the West Coast be chopped up like Swiss cheese.
Yeah, but you got to think he had the entire machine against him. You know, that's just another thing to add to the list. To go, they'll have impeached him for going after American citizens or something like that. Blah blah blah.
The president can perform military actions without Congress's approval.
No, but
he cannot declare war without their approval. So he had every right to do it, but he just didn't exercise his right to do it.
No, but they will have impeached him for it.
Oh, they already impeached him once and tried to impeach him twice if they hadn't already done it.
They would have impeached him for sitting on the toilet in the wrong direction.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of which, I have an old website I want to show you guys. Hang on. Trump lost. And I started this.
I got to excuse myself for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. See if I can find this. My old WordPress site. What if Trump lost and wouldn't leave? Where's... All right, I'm trying to find... I wonder if it's even still up. It is! Sweet! All right, I'm going to share this. Hang on. My old WordPress site. Yeah, I drew the little chubby Trump. An alternate reality where President Trump got impeached and Hillary Clinton is now president. What would the world look like? We explored here. I might be pretty accurate in this one. This is an old site. I dedicated one to my pastor. Yeah, it gets bad March 9th, 2017. All the way down here. Good question, Thomas. Where is Jeff? I thought maybe he'd be coming in.
How long are you planning on streaming tonight?
I'm not sure. Probably for a little while. It's just like I said. I'm just winging it right now. This isn't really structured.
Okay. I might have to bow out here pretty soon. It's getting to be 10 o'clock.
Oh, no worries at all.
Yeah,
Uh,
and it's gonna take me an hour to get to work tomorrow
oof.
because Minnesota's scared to put their blades down because they might scratch the road.
Oh, where in Minnesota abouts are you?
Southwest Minnesota.
Okay. All right. So you're not near my friends. I've got some friends that live outside of Minneapolis.
They live up in Murderapolis. Okay,
Yeah.
I know that area real well. I got family up there. Yeah, I'm a good 2.5 hours from there.
Okay. Yeah, I've only been to Minneapolis once.
You're pronouncing it wrong.
It's not many. Well, the rest of the country pronounces it Minneapolis.
No, it's Murderapolis.
Oh, Murderapolis. Ah, yeah. Ilhan Omarapolis. Resolute's throwing shade.
What's he saying? I'm not on the screen.
Who cares about the roads in Minnesota? They're already crap.
Yeah.
And Jeff is here. Jeff, are you coming on, buddy? I'm going to be reading some of my old fiction in just a few seconds when Jay Aldridge gets back. So my timeline of horror starts off where Trump gets impeached and Hillary actually wins, which wouldn't happen, but I managed to finagle my way through it.
Oh, I'm back.
All right, cool. I found my old website, Jay.
Okay.
What if Trump lost? I wrote
Yeah.
a bunch of stories where actually Trump won the election but was immediately impeached. And I forgot how I did it, but somehow Hillary becomes president. See if
Somebody did a video on YouTube about what if Trump had lost.
Well, we're now living that timeline, except the president is different.
What president? He's got Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
Sorry about talking political.
No, we're allowed. I'm not really caring about being monetized anymore at this point. I'm in it for the entertainment.
You just hit it. You just hit it. Let me say before I forget it. I was doing that thing, trying to get my YouTube channel back on Roku, and I found out that I have 6 subscribers, and I'm going like, why? I don't do anything. Why do I even have a subscriber? I'm thinking maybe it's YouTube employees or something. I don't know. But
people who know you subscribe to your channel.
It might be us.
I can't even find out who it is.
But, yeah, they keep that part anonymous. But I bet you it's all 6 of them are people who know you.
I don't know. I know one, unless he took unsubscribe me. There's a dude that I was telling y'all about on the last stream we did that I have a guy that I had did 2 videos, and he was saying how fat I was, how stupid and everything I am because I'm fat. Well, I just deleted them.
Oh, yeah, I hate people like that.
And I had 2 wonderful comedic videos. They were great.
So we can find your earlier chat.
Yeah, I got 6 subscribers, but it says no views. Well, duh, I ain't got no videos. You can see on my channel that I have a lot of videos that I've watched, and I keep them on there so I can go back and watch them again. And there's some that my friend has watched on my YouTube channel because he couldn't get his YouTube on his phone to cut on, and he has some of his, so I just kept it on there. I don't know what they are, but if he ever comes by, he rewatches them. I've
Gap
got a
says
few
I wanna
things saved. Go ahead.
Gap says I want to listen to what anybody says. If you want to do YouTube, you do it. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely right.
You're gonna get nasty.
I don't know
comments.
how to stop comments. If I knew how to just prevent anybody from commenting, I would do the videos.
You can turn comments off.
I have to figure out how. I'll see if my aid worker tomorrow can take that off, so I can start doing my videos again, because I used to like doing comedic stuff. I was doing a comedic thing about, I can't remember how I said it, but it was about doing household work. It was funny. I showed it to her when I first did it, and she just laughed out loud.
Yeah. Well, if you need help figuring anything out on the YouTube side there, LDG's always in the backstage there, almost 24/7.
Yeah.
All right, let me go back to this alternate history that we're apparently living in today. Let's see how this differs from the rest of actual history here. So, Trump impeachment verdict 51-49, Hillary Clinton to be ushered in as 46th president of the United States. How that happened, I don't remember how I pulled it off. Washington, D.C., the unprecedented move to impeach President Donald J. Trump, the 45th president, succeeded in a narrow victory in Congress. Senate Democrats voted to nullify the 2016 election and disassociate the entire Trump administration in favor of Hillary Rodham Clinton, who won the popular vote by 2 million votes. That's how I did it. Though Clinton opponents rallied in protest of the congressional ruling, stating that the majority of the votes for Hillary came from California, truth, proponents celebrated the decision in the streets as historic. It's the end of one tyrannical miscreant in Donald Trump, claimed Democratic activist Michael Moore. You know who that is. The end of Trump means the end of hate and bigotry in America, which they said when Trump lost to Biden. Remember?
Yeah.
It's all going to be over. It's all over.
Yeah.
Finally, American women will have the respect from Washington we deserved. The voids. I'm reading that right. Joy Behar said during her show's live broadcast immediately following the vote to allow Clinton to step in as president. Americans have grown sick and tired of seeing that overgrown Cheeto, President Trump, on TV. Now the hate can end and America can finally unite. All is not as positive on the world stage as it is at home. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu expresses displeasure and disappointment with the congressional decision. America got it wrong. This is a disaster for the world, for the state of Israel. President appointee Clinton, because I couldn't call her president-elect, President appointee Clinton has frequently championed not only the two-state solution, but a pro-Palestinian approach to the solution in Israel, citing Israel as being a frequent human rights violator. My husband worked on the roadmap to peace, President appointee Clinton said in remarks regarding Israel during a press conference immediately after the congressional decision came down. I will work even harder to restore and preserve those efforts. President appointee Clinton will take the oath of office on an emergency basis next week, giving President Trump time to conclude his affairs. I'm highly angry and disappointed in the decision, Trump said. I thought we were working very well together, working to make America great again. But Congress has spoken and have ordered me to step down, and I have no choice. I wish President appointee Clinton well and the best of luck. I can't even read that with a straight face. That's why I'm struggling here.
Yeah.
President Trump said he would not attend President appointee Clinton's absolutely historic inauguration. Instead, he would go to Mar-a-Lago and contemplate what went wrong. President Trump's administration will go down as the shortest presidency in American history, from the Associated Press. Names I made up.
Yeah. It's
So that was the meeting.
exactly what Biden is. He's a appointee.
Now, I'm not advocating for this young man's passing. I was a fan of his, still kind of am. But this is the next event that would have happened.
Who is that?
At Milo Yiannopoulos. I claimed that he would be dead by apparent suicide. Jeffrey
Who?
Epstein, Hillary Clinton.
Who is he?
Milo Yiannopoulos, the provocateur. Let's see if I can find him for you.
Shoot, all of her enemies went suicide.
Yeah. I screwed up his last name on here, but I think I'm going to keep it. Screwed up. Well, I've got no choice but to keep it. I don't remember this website at all. Just to draw out the difference between the real person and this fake person. New Orleans, Louisiana, controversial alt-right public speaker Milo Yiannopoulos was found dead in his New Orleans hotel room last night. He was in his 30s. Yiannopoulos, who recently resigned from his position as chief editor of Breitbart News and who was charged with publicly defending pedophilia, which is true, but he didn't defend it at all. He didn't defend it. They screwed up. They cut what he said about it.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't defending it at all. They did accuse him of defending pedophilia.
Okay.
Was said to have been in town getting inebriated after the decision to force President Trump from office. It's an absolute disgrace, Yiannopoulos said immediately following the decision. How the snowflakes won is amazing. They were relentless in pressing home their attacks against me and against President Trump. What they were saying was disgusting, but it was highly effective. Friends say that Yiannopoulos had way too much to drink and he had to be carried back to his hotel room. Calls in the morning went unanswered, and his body was discovered by housekeeping staff later that day. Efforts to reach out to Yiannopoulos' family in London have yielded a response. We seek privacy in this matter, and we appreciate your cooperation and understanding. Reuters contributed to this report because, of course, they would have.
Well, Democrats are basically okaying pedophilia because a court judge let a pedophile loose after he was arrested.
Yep. Incredible. The world we're living
And gave
in.
no reason why he was released. No, like insufficient evidence or something like that. No reason. He gave no reason.
There was a school that there was some sort of school action against somebody who, pardon me, who used the word pedophile, and that person, I think it was a student, was suspended because he refused to use the politically correct minor attracted persons.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to call them future dead people.
Yeah.
But that's just me. President Clinton faces tough challenges ahead as she takes the oath of office. Yeah, suicide by 2 bullets in the back. Yeah, exactly. He kept pointing that out himself. Thomas says Milo is gay, Jewish, married to a black man. So he's homophobic, racist, and anti-Semitic. He's the worst self-hating person in the world. Milo is awesome, though. On the eve of her coronation, President appointee Hillary Clinton faces a tough road ahead immediately after she takes office. It won't be easy for her by any means. She may have the support of the American people, but she will have to fight for support in Congress and on the Supreme Court. President Trump's Supreme Court justice, who was confirmed shortly before the president's impeachment, became the first ever to be fired along with the entire Trump administration cabinet. Instead, President Clinton will be hard-pressed to find a way to fill that forced vacancy. Not that this thing would ever happen in this particular way, but just saying it could. And this would be the same style as Saddam Hussein when he took over, but Hillary's not killing people. Well, she just killed Milo in the last story. Let's see. However, with allies like Nancy Pelosi, Maxine Waters, and Elizabeth Warren on her side in Congress, Clinton will have little trouble getting her policies enacted. As such, overriding most of Trump's executive orders will be a breeze. She still has to contend with Republican majorities in both the House and the Senate, with Senate leaders, some of whom are self-appointed #NeverTrumpers, vowing not to work with the Clinton administration. Do not work with the Clinton administration. Questions rise regarding how President appointee Clinton will handle the opposition. In spite of her pledge to bridge the gulf that President Trump helped to create, it would be in Hillary's best interest to play by the rules, lest she ends up being chased out of Washington by an angry mob with torches and pitchforks. Unfortunately, these are very much the way these could go down.
It's kind of what happened when Clinton got in office. When the House and Senate got their election, I think both of the houses, the House and the Senate, went to Republican, and they did not like anything he was coming up, and they fought it and fought him. And then came the budget, and they shut down the government for several days. And they got calls from Social Security recipients and said, "I ain't gonna lose I need my Social Security check. You better get that budget." So they finally caved in.
Introducing Hillary Rodham Clinton, 46th President of the United States. From Washington. This is why we need citizens with extreme firepower. Yep. Don't tread on me. To the ire of many staunch supporters of now former President Donald Trump, Hillary Rodham Clinton becomes the first female president of the United States as she took the oath of office during an extravagant ceremony attended by numbers that surpassed Barack Obama's inauguration. "I'm truly proud of my fellow Americans," President Clinton said during her speech. "I am proud that you did not give up the dream. I am proud to be your president. I am proud of our America." A flurry of congratulatory messages came flooding in for the first female president of the United States. Pope Francis, the Slaughterman, the Slaughterer, the genocidal maniac, extended prayers to President Clinton because, of course, he did or would. Chinese leader Xi Jinping sent a message and a present of Clinton's favorite chocolate candies to the White House. Oh, how sweet. Most importantly, President Clinton's Secretary of Commerce, Bernie Sanders, responded by vowing to work with the Chinese to restore the Trans-Pacific Partnership and renegotiate it so it works for all nations. I remember when Biden tried to do that on day one. Nobody wanted a piece of that. They're like, nope, Trump killed it, and he was right. Screw you. Especially Shinzo Abe, who was prime minister at the time, keeping us out of the TPP. Which is why
Trump
Japan
got
is still floating.
A lot of countries to pay their bill to the United States.
Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm.
It is my hope that by reinstating the TPP, we can immediately start to rebuild the bridges destroyed by President Trump during his brief tenure, Secretary Sanders said in a statement immediately after the inauguration. Doing a Bernie Sanders impression really hurts my throat. In her speech, President Clinton outlined what actions she plans to take in her first 100 days of office. First, we must reverse all of President Trump's executive orders. Most of all, that damned wall is coming down. To the sound of applause, President Clinton continued, "We will protect the Affordable Care Act, which has brought health care to 60% of Americans who previously had none. We will protect women's health by restoring all federal funding to Planned Parenthood. We will work closely with the Latino community to help fast-track citizenship for undocumented workers. We will work for environmental protections in the wake of the catastrophe that is climate change, which is rapidly creeping up on us and doomed us all. Most of all, she continues, we will seek the immediate arrest of President Vladimir Putin for espionage against the United States. Oh, that's spooky that I wrote that. Now I'm pooping myself.
Shoot, the Democrats, they seem to don't even know how electricity is made. It takes gas and it takes oil and coal to make electricity. Because I watched a video on it, how electricity is made in today's times, and I'm going like, idiots! You want to end coal and gas and oil and go electric? Well, how do you expect to have electricity to plug in the electric cars?
Mm-hmm.
Idiots.
Well, they all say, "Oh, the environment, save the wildlife. Let's erect huge windmills that chop up birds and endangered species that fly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's all go to electric cars, powered and charged by electricity, provided by natural resources." Stupid people. After a long day of celebrating, President Clinton says she plans on getting to work at 9 a.m. sharp on Monday. You know what's spooky about this is that Biden tried to do all of these things. Ugh.
Shoot, 9 o'clock. There are presidents that started their day at 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah. Well, this is Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
And my fictional
the
Hillary
Queen of
Clinton.
America.
Too, so. Yeah. My fictional Hillary Clinton. So protests in Moscow in the wake of Clinton inauguration.
My God, you got a lot of them.
Moscow police have been working round the clock to quell violent protests that erupted as President Hillary Clinton took office on Saturday. Most of all, the president said in her inaugural address to the people of the United States, we will seek the immediate arrest of President Vladimir Putin for espionage against the United States. President Putin, who at first didn't get in front of the violence, sent a statement to the United States in response to the president's address. He reiterated Russia's innocence in interfering with the 2016 presidential election and threatened President Clinton, saying that her words were inflammatory, harmful, and will lead to war.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I got the character of Putin down pretty pat.
You darn right.
Moscow police arrested 27 college-aged youths during the protests that caused an estimated $27 million worth of damage. The protests, which began at the U.S. Embassy, spread across the city like wildfire, and law enforcement was given a stand-down order initially by President Putin. We have always been a friend to the United States, said a 21-year-old college student. There's no reason for America's hatred towards us. This is madness, a 19-year-old part-time worker said. It's sick that the Americans would want war with us so badly. Meanwhile, in Washington, President Clinton met with top foreign policy strategists to see how best to deal with the growing Russian threat. Many have suggested that President impose sanctions on Russia in the United Nations. While that may be one route she may go, President Clinton also said she would be exploring military options. We need to get Putin, she vowed, one way or another, the Russian Times. And Thomas says, do you remember Obama calling warmongers because they call Putin a threat? Yeah. Also, I remember Biden calling Republicans warmongers because we didn't go along with their agenda. Democrats are warmongers, period, end. Germ says, you successfully made Putin the good guy of the story. Indeed. United Nations imposes sanctions against Japan. I wonder
Wow.
what I did here. A unanimous decision was handed down as efforts led by the United States succeeded to impose sanctions against Japan. The Japanese government, the UN charges, has violated international law on multiple occasions. These violations, said the head of the Security Council, are gross and endangers the world. In the wake of the 2020 Olympic Games to be hosted by Japan, this comes as a most difficult time for the Japanese government. Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe responded to the sanctions as reckless and disastrous. The motion, championed by President Hillary Clinton, was made when Abe once again refused to take any Syrian refugees. Once again, Abe said in a public announcement after the president's address to the UN regarding the Syrian refugee crisis, the safety and the well-being of Japan and all of her citizens come before anything else. This decision and viewpoint is absolute, and we cannot waver from this statement of fact. Now, please note, any SJWs in there that are watching this post, I live in Japan. I speak Japanese. I'm not making fun of the Japanese people. That is the Japanese accent. Moving along.
I was about to say you had a good accent.
Yeah. When I speak English to Japanese people, I actually speak like that, and they understand me better. Can you pass the salt? Nani? Can you pass the salt? Ah! That's what you meant. I kid you not. That's how it happens. Immediately following, the U.S. ambassador to the UN quickly charged Japan with illegal dumping of radioactive material from the Fukushima #1 nuclear power plant disaster. They also charged Japan with illegal whaling, encroaching on a UN resolution declaring saltwater eel endangered and continuing to hunt the creatures. Their stand on Islam also came into question as Japan ranks among the top nations that heavily discriminates against Muslims. The ban on Syrian refugees illustrates this greatly, the U.S. ambassador said. The Chinese have been known to kill Muslims, UN Ambassador Haruto Kusanagi said. All right, let me say that in a Japanese accent. The Chinese have been known to kill Muslims, Haruto Kusanagi Daishi said. Why is it a fact that if we extremely vet those coming into our country? A follow-up vote to eject Japan from the UN Security Council is set to be taken next week. If the measure is approved, Japan would become the first sovereign nation to be removed from the council since its creation. As it is, Japan stands to lose $12.8 billion in revenue from the sanctions. Explosions reported at Disney World. A series of explosions spanning most of Epcot Center and the Magic Kingdom attractions at Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida have rocked the resort. Initial reports claim 150 dead and countless more severely injured. Police and FBI have managed to obtain security tapes where several men of unknown origin detonated vest bombs near key natural gas lines in the park, causing extensive damage. The men, whose names have not been released to the public, are said to be residents of Jacksonville and Tampa. While investigators have revealed no motive behind the attacks, the Department of Homeland Security says that the investigation will likely be ongoing. Hope we're catching these key words that I'm throwing in here in this story.
Mm.
In the meantime, Disney resorts have temporarily closed the remainder of Disney World and Disneyland in California in the wake of the attacks. Yeah, Jim, Mickey, let's go ahead. Oh, my bad impression of Donald is dead too.
I love Goofy's yell.
Yo.
Yahoo! Yahoo!
Gay couple found beheaded in downtown San Francisco. Ooh, this is going to rub some people the wrong way. I can't believe I created all these stories, but you know what the idea is here?
It could have happened.
It could have happened. Exactly. Because Donald Trump was not allowed to continue to do what he actually did, this could have happened.
Yep.
San Francisco. Romeo Pendros and his husband of 3 years, Clive Richardson Pendros, were walking home from an impromptu lunch meeting downtown when 4 men stabbed the couple and cut their heads off in the streets. It was disgusting, said Phyllis Fletcher, 80, of Sacramento. They just came out of nowhere and cut those poor boys down. Witnesses say the men, whose names were not released to the media, of course not, came out of an alley and started to follow the Pendroses down the street. After 5 minutes, one of the men charged Romeo with a knife and stabbed him in the back. The other two other men stabbed Clive in the shoulders. Once the couple was subdued, the men were beheaded. Police initially arrested the men after the fact. The men, SFPD says, didn't resist. They said some words about the couple, but promptly turned themselves in. The men are currently out on $40,000 bond each. Associated Press contributed to this report.
Oh, wow.
Thomas critiques, you should have added the suspects were known
That
by
voice
the FBI.
sounded like it was from the South.
Those poor boys, they got cut
Those
down.
poor boys was bad, done bad to them. Not laughing that they got beheaded, but
Yeah. We got these stories are pretty, some of them are grim. Got to add some sort of, this is fake news.
oh, read the one about the stock market. I can't wait to hear what that is.
All right, we'll go. Everything happens in chronological order.
Oh,
So
okay.
we'll definitely get there. Breitbart News shuts down by executive order. In an effort to combat fake and inflammatory news, the Clinton administration issued an executive order to shut down several alt-right news web outlets and personalities. Among them, Breitbart and Mark Dice have been removed from the internet, with possible federal charges being filed against Dice. In the wake of the horrific attacks in Orlando and San Francisco, Breitbart News released the identities of the San Francisco attackers who beheaded a gay couple in broad daylight. The news outlet, which published the story under the headline "Radical Islamic Jihadists Killed Gay Couple," was sent a cease and desist from the Clinton administration. Gee, I wonder why. We cannot allow rogue news agencies to hate against any community, Press Secretary John Podesta said during an impromptu presser when questioned about Breitbart. What Breitbart said against the Muslim community was bigoted and racist. We cannot tolerate such behavior. When Breitbart, citing the Constitution's freedom of the press and freedom of speech amendments, pushed another story about Abdul El Sabim, one of the Orlando bombers at Tampa, Florida, and a Tampa, Florida resident, the White House had enough. El Sabim was another example of President Clinton's negligence and outright endangerment of the American people, the Breitbart story said. What President Trump did to try to prevent Disney in San Francisco was happening. What Trump tried to do was prevent that from happening. At that point, the White House pressed home its attack and forced the FCC to close the doors on Breitbart. The Clinton administration fined Breitbart $460 billion, a number that Breitbart lawyers claim was pure extortion. The fine was upheld in federal court. As the case moved to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, President Clinton signed an executive order to shut down Breitbart once and for all. She authorized the Justice Department and Attorney General Loretta Lynch, all Obama appointees, by the way, to relentlessly pursue Breitbart to the ends of the earth. Breitbart, having no other recourse to ensure its survivability, shut down. The site went offline at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It is censorship at its finest, alt-right commentator Mark Dice said, who had been known to go on racist tirades on his YouTube videos in a response video to the shutdown of Breitbart. The Clinton administration clearly overstepped its bounds. President Trump would have protected the rights to free speech, and now President Clinton is doing the very thing that the left feared Trump was going to do. My best Mark Dice impression. Attorney General Loretta Lynch released a statement in response to Mark Dice's remarks. We feel that the cultural appropriation and feminism found in Mr. Dice's videos is enough to enact an indictment against him. We will seek this, adding the federal hate crimes enhancement to our case against him. The executive order to shut down Breitbart also applied to Mark Dice's channel. The order was sent to Google, the owner of YouTube, to immediately shut down Dice's channel. As of this report, Mr. Dice's channel has indeed been taken down. The Associated Press contributed to this report. Just so you know that the wording was chosen, I'm pointing the finger at the Associated Press.
I think she would have.
You got a grudge with the Associated Press.
I do. They're
I
fake
think
news.
I think she would have tried to shut down Glenn Beck's channel and Fox News.
Oh God! After CNN.
No, CNN was for her.
You know what's funny, Germ? I cannot do an impression of Jim Kirk to save my life. He says, why does Mark Dice sound like Jim Kirk? Oh, but if you think that's a good Kirk impression, thank you. I should probably do more.
I think
your stock
she would have gotten. I think she would have gotten Stephanopoulos as her press secretary because he was a good press secretary for Clinton, as they say.
Indeed. Stock market prices fall to historic lows.
Mm-hmm.
From New York, the Dow Jones Industrial numbers closed with the worst numbers since the end of the Obama administration. The Dow fell almost 30 points before the end of the day, with many stockholders attempting to profit before the Clinton administration finalizes the Trans-Pacific Partnership. This is absolute chaos, one stockholder on the floor said. I've never seen so many people try to sell like this before. It's insane. When the news of the Trade Secretary Bernie Sanders' successful TPP meetings in Beijing came through, many companies and stockholders went into full panic mode. Several major domestic companies, mostly commodities and resource dealings, went belly up. We lost a lot of money when the Japanese trade sanctions went into effect, CEO of Sony America said in a statement. As a result, we're shutting down our gaming division and merging with Alibaba Corporation to stay afloat. Is that Chinese? Alibaba is one of the largest motion picture studios in China. We are worried that President Clinton will carry out her campaign threats and shut us down, said the CEO of a major mineral company in Pennsylvania. I have 25,000 workers all over the state who are worried that they're not going to have a job in the morning. Mm-hmm. When asked about impending emergency measures to help Wall Street recover from this horrific shock, Press Secretary John Podesta said, President Clinton is seeking all possible options. As of right now, there are no plans to further inject money into Wall Street at this time. One ray of light Wall Street is a consortium of from Bahrain, which is seeking to get their foot in the American market. Our dream is to bridge a major gulf between the Americans and the Saudis, said one leader of the consortium. The market seems to be ripe, and we look forward to working with our partners in the United States to make this wonderful dream come true. The Wall Street Journal.
Well, you remember the Wall Street went down 200 or 300 when it was announced that Trump had won.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
because
work
they
to
didn't
get
know
those
what he
numbers
was
back
going to
up.
do.
Yep. And then he ended up helping the economy.
Yep.
We had the best economy ever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was great for 4 years. I was willing to come home and everything too. Move my family back. Everything was alive. Everything was fresh. And even, China forced that. I won't get into that.
Shut up, Jay.
Here's one. All right, continuing on. Here's one that's near and dear to my heart. Amtrak train and freight train collide in downtown Atlanta. Downtown evacuated.
Oh, wow.
Passengers on the late southbound Amtrak Crescent from train 19 from New York never made it to their destinations. At 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the sold-out Amtrak train collided with the Norfolk Southern freight train hauling dangerous chemicals. A malfunctioning switch and malfunctioning switch and signal combination is said to be at fault for the derailment. At 2:15 a.m., NS Central Dispatch Center in Atlanta registered an error on their switchboards. The dispatchers immediately sent a signal to the opposing trains, but neither train was in what is called automatic train control territory, or ATC. To that end, signals in the cabs of both the NS freight train and Amtrak passenger trains could not be triggered, which led to the incident at 2:30 a.m. The NS train, which was bound for Knoxville, Tennessee, was hauling dangerous chemicals which produce toxic fumes that is deadly to human and other animal life. All 9 cars of the Amtrak train derailed, with the engineer of both trains being killed on impact. The NS train, which was 76 cars in length, had spillage in 13 cars, 9 cars off the rails. The chemicals forced the Amtrak station to close and the entire downtown area to be immediately evacuated. National Transportation Safety Board officials have yet to release a statement as to the actual cause and fault of the accident. It is difficult to say why the computer system failed. We are also examining the data recorders of both trains to see if operator error was a factor in the accident. Officials from the Center for Disease Control will examine the situation in Atlanta, and they are expected to make an announcement later this week regarding the environmental damage, if any, that was caused for providers.
Didn't a train go off its tracks somewhere up north several years ago?
Yeah, there were a couple of them.
Yeah, I remember that. That story reminded me of that.
There was one in Seattle which took a curve over a bridge and fell off the bridge. There was one outside of Philadelphia where there was a sharp curve. Track speed was set at 50 miles an hour. The engineer mistaked that curve for another curve with the same speed restriction.
That's the one I think I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't it 30 miles an hour?
We should put this in a book.
It was 50.
I thought it was 30 and they took it at 70.
It was 50. He took it at 80.
Wow. Holy moly.
Yeah. There's another curve on that same line. I've got buddies that work for New Jersey Transit that run trains in that territory. And again, I've worked for Amtrak. I trained on the Northeast Corridor. There are areas on that line with sharp curves with a reduced speed limit, but you can safely take it at a higher speed. Further up the line, the speed is reduced to 50, but you can safely take it at 80. And it's only 50 because of the catenary wires. That network is still hadn't been updated.
Yeah.
So you have to slow your train down to ensure proper connection with the catenary. But you could still take it at 80 miles an hour, and your train will be just fine. This train. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, this train that went down outside of Philly, that engineer mistook that curve for the curve that you could take at a higher speed, and decided to whip through a curve that has a near 90-degree turn angle.
We had a train in Marouge, just about 20 minutes away from Bastrop, and it hit a truck that was trying to cross the railroad track, and it nearly derailed the train. Thank God it didn't. The man had serious injuries. Yeah. Thank God he lived. But the transportation department or whatever, they immediately from that accident increased the length of the barriers that come down, because the barriers at that time had a gap to where you could go right between the middle. And that's what happened. And this dude went through it, and the train hit, and it almost derailed the train.
Germ says there was one in Seattle area very similar. Yeah, that was the one I was talking about. It was it was an old Talgo train. I think it was heading north out of Seattle, came across a bridge that is sharp curve, and he dumped the train off the bridge and onto the highway below. And
you should write a book and put all these in a book. It's a great read.
There's it's too similar to the reality we live in now. To be
But it's called
honest,
a news segment.
But it'd still be a good read.
right. China extends flight ID zone over Okinawa. Protests erupt. Tensions between the island nation of Japan and the mainland China have grown as China extended its flight ID zone over the southern islands making up the Okinawa prefecture. This actually happened with the scheduled pullout of the U.S. military from Okinawa, planning during the Obama administration, agreed upon by the Japanese Abe administration, which talks were happening but never happened. Retired Admiral James Mattis, recently fired from his position as former Trump administration as Secretary of Defense, expressed his fears that China would make a final move to claim the Japanese islands. Their historic claim has been well known, Mattis said. It is a load of bull, but that won't stop the monster that is the Chinese military from staking a claim to any Japanese island. Charged with violating whaling regulations and recent UN resolutions declaring saltwater eel endangered, the United Nations voted unanimously to sanction Japan. Yesterday's vote to eject Japan from the Secretary Council was successful, making Japan's forced removal from a nation in the establishment's history. Grammatical error. Meanwhile, Chinese military leaders have claimed that the severely damaged Japanese economy would make them a very weak partner for the TPP. The Japanese trade minister had said that China will not be able to work with a country that is spinning out of control. In a meeting with Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, Trade Secretary Bernie Sanders sought to obtain Japan's cooperation. When he returned to Washington in a press conference, Secretary Sanders said, I was promptly told to go to hell by the Japanese government. They are not for unity in the Asian Pacific region and seek isolation, which would have happened. The motions had been a long time coming, said representatives of the Chinese government. The Japanese continue to insult every Asian nation in the region by continuing to honor war criminals at their war shrine. In reference to the Abe administration's recent visit to the controversial Yasukuni Shrine, which does indeed honor war criminals. This is true, actually. In the spirit of the Korean and Nanjing massacres, so long as they continue to honor these monsters, the Japanese will never be forgiven. That sentiment is actually a true sentiment shared by a lot of Chinese and Korean people. South Korean President Park Geun-hye, whose career has been saved after a visit in Washington with President Hillary Clinton, stated her solidarity with the Chinese government. Well, that particular South Korean president was actually ejected in disgrace like Duras. President Park, in spite of her ill repute, has gained back political power in the region. We seek to unite the countries of Asia, Park said in a press statement following China's actions over Okinawa. Japan will either have to get on board or get run over when the train comes through. One of former President Donald Trump's initial executive orders after taking office was the elimination of the United States from the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It is very important, former President Trump said when he signed the order. This is going to keep jobs in America. Very important for all of us. Meanwhile, Okinawa Prefecture Police has had a very hard time holding back protests in front of the Chinese embassy. Okinawa is Japan, called the protesters. Okinawa for the Japanese. Bring Back America called a youth protest of college and high school aged young adults in a separate protest. Protests were also reported in Osaka and in Tokyo in front of the respective Chinese embassies. The recent actions of the Chinese government have isolated Okinawa from the rest of Japan, said the governor of Okinawa Prefecture. Depending on how the Chinese enforce the flight identification show, we might have to cut them off from Tokyo. Several Chinese warships have been spotted off the coast of Okinawa. Without a military presence to counter, the Chinese government says they have no problems taking the prefecture if it becomes necessary to increase the strength of the enforcement of the zone. Yomiuri Shimbun.
What was the 2 towns in Japan that we bombed in World War II? I keep forgetting.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
That's correct.
Yeah. I always want to say Okinawa.
Okinawa was part of the island hopping. And yeah. Go ahead, John.
Sorry. I was going to say, I gotta have to head out, but I wanted to say thank you for having me on the panel. We had a good chat.
Awesome, John. Anytime, man. Anytime.
I'll catch you guys later.
Have a good night. Okay, continuing on. Thanks to John DeMarco. Subscribe to John DeMarco, folks, if you haven't already. If you're watching this on replay, he hosts Jeopardy, Star Trek and general sci-fi Jeopardy show with the board designed by Professor Brady Specs. Awesome content. Go check him out. John DeMarco. Just search for him. You can match his avatar to the name.
Which you're subscribe. A good player of Jeopardy, and you better be back this year.
I will be thinking about that.
No thinking. I want to play you. One day you're going to beat me. I was surprised I won that last one because I was doing badly until Final Jeopardy. Yeah, and I was voting. I was spending all my points so you could win, and I got it right.
Yeah. It was the one that we all knew, though. The Vulcan saying. Let's see. Thomas says the Battle of Okinawa is probably the bloodiest battle in the Pacific. I think it was.
I thought Iwo Jima was.
Iwo Jima was a turning point because Iwo Jima was a strategic outpost for control of the area that Japan held, and we had to go in there, and it was bloody.
Yeah,
but Okinawa was. Yeah, but Iwo Jima was also not inhabited by civilians.
I was wrong. I had first bet everything, and when that question came up, I knew it. I thought I wasn't going to know it, so I went to 0. I remember now.
Nothing unreal.
But it was good all 3 games. I just love Jeopardy. I love trivia. Period.
Yeah. My late godmother got me into trivia. Some awesome times with her. And
it helps with my memory and stuff to keep my brain active.
And Jeff, thank you for the drop. Professor Brainy Specs has dropped the link to John DeMarco's channel in the chat. So if you're watching this on replay, open up the chat replay and then you can find the link there. Highly recommend that you subscribe to John's channel, or at least set the reminder to see what Jeopardy is about or watch some past episodes. And if you think you can if you got what it takes to take on the likes of my buddy Jay, jump on board.
Yeah. And people should subscribe to your channel if they have not already, because if they are Christians, they would love your gospel of truth.
Yeah. And that is returning on, we have a set date for that. Let me open up my calendar if I can find the dang thing.
I think you said the 13th.
It will be the 15th, actually,
15th.
Sunday night, and Monday morning, Japan time,
Okay.
on the 16th.
And if you haven't already liked, hit that like button.
Please.
All right, I gotta get going. I can't find another damn goat, so I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay.
All right, Gorilla. Anytime you want to come on board, man, whenever I'm doing a live stream.
Alrighty. You're always welcome on mine when I ever do another. Well, I'm gonna be doing another random thoughts with Gorilla here one of these sometime this week.
Awesome.
So,
All right, my man. Well, you have a good night.
all right, we'll see ya.
Take it easy, my friend. See you later. Thomas taking a note. He said over 100,000 died on Okinawa if you add both sides, and civilians, because Okinawa was populated.
Yeah.
It had been for centuries. So that's why Okinawa is considered the bloodiest battle in that area.
What was the town that they was going to bomb, but it was due to some kind of weather thing, so they went with the other town? Was it Tokyo?
I think it was here. Yeah.
In Tokyo?
Yeah, they ended up firebombing the place instead.
Boy, if they hit Tokyo, that would have been the end of the imperial castle, wouldn't it?
Well, it was the end of that anyway. They rebuilt it, just like they rebuilt Hiroshima. Hiroshima's a beautiful city.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Absolutely gorgeous. And I tell this story a lot. Me and my ex-fiance, I had another ex-fiance. I was engaged a couple of times before I actually got married. Different girl. She took me out to Peace Memorial Park. And it was crowded. It was Golden Week, a major holiday, raining. And we were in the middle of the crowd trying to get into the Memorial Museum.
Mm-hmm.
And we're walking along, and there's this huge dude, American dude, muscles and everything else, wearing a tank top, showing his guns off. And coming in the opposite direction was the exit crowd, and people were in tears, crying, heartbroken by what they've seen.
Mm-hmm.
And this dude had like two girls on his shoulder, and I just remember him laughing at these people walking out. And I kind of rolled my eyes, and I looked over at my girl, and I said, man, I told her, I said, this guy's making fun of these people crying. She goes, you guys have no idea what you're in for, right? So we get into the museum. The first thing we're greeted to on our tour is a display, like the local elementary schools in the area back in the late 40s, early 50s, had gathered these letters from students who survived. And they drew pictures of what they saw and what they remembered, and they wrote letters that described the scenes. That was the first thing you saw. And that made me tear up.
I was watching a video this weekend about the top 20 places where it's illegal to even approach. Some were islands, some were like ruins, and one of them was, and I wanted to ask you if it's true, there's a shrine in Japan, they say, that it is illegal for anybody to go near without specific permission from the government, but the royal family can go into.
I believe that might be true. Hold on, let me try and find it.
I can't remember what shrine. I think they said a Buddhist shrine or something.
Let's see.
There's one place where it's illegal because it's full of monkeys, and the monkeys, most all of them have a deadly disease that humans can attract. So it is illegal for anyone to go there except researchers, but only for a short time, and they have to have protective gear.
Let's see. Restricted shrine in Japan. Shrine only. Shrine has restricted access.
And
Let's
there's
see if I can
one
find
in
it.
California, something in California where it is illegal for you to go to, they said. I was surprised that it was in America. I think they said somewhere in California.
Figure associated and figure must require permission. Yeah, I think I might be looking at Omiwa Shrine and Mount Miwa,
That may be it.
which would make sense considering where it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't even go to the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Resolute says he thinks there's a couple of these. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are a couple of shrines like that.
It was a neat video. I wish I kept it instead of deleting it out of my history. But it was a great video. It was like 20 or 30, maybe 40 places around the world where it is illegal. There was one in Russia that says that if you even approach this place, you will be arrested, and the penalty is life in prison.
That's tough. Oh, that's Russia for you.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, to finish the story, after the full tour of the museum, we walked out with me and my girl. We walked out right behind the big American guy. After seeing the entirety of the museum, he was bawling and in tears and apologizing to both girls that are on his arm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I bet. I've seen videos of the after image of the explosion with all the people with their burns and stuff. I'm surprised anybody survived.
Yeah. They, in the main hall of the museum.
It wasn't an atomic bomb. It was what was it? It was I don't want to say helium bomb. It starts with
hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
It's hydrogen. Yeah.
It wasn't a nuclear bomb. Close to it though.
Yeah. In the main hall, they recreated a lot of the devastation and how the flash and the heat were so bright that there were actual photographs of the people's shadows in the concrete.
Oh, wow.
Like the concrete was the photo paper. And their shadows were permanently etched into it like a photograph.
Lord of mercy.
That's coming for us.
Several people went blind because of the blast.
Oh, yeah.
The flash.
Oh, yeah. That's nuts.
Yeah. What's this story?
This one is the follow-up to the Amtrak crash.
Okay.
NTSB operator error caused the Amtrak freight train crash in Atlanta, because of course it would. The collision between an Amtrak passenger train and Norfolk Southern train at the Amtrak station in Atlanta Amtrak station last month, say that 10 times fast, was caused by operator error on the part of the Amtrak passenger train. The National Transportation Safety Board said they concluded their investigation and found that the trains were indeed in ATC, automatic train control territory, and that the engineer ignored the in-cab signals dispatch sent to the passenger train. It is the finding of our panel that there was gross negligence on the part of the Amtrak engineer, said NTSB spokesman. A stop warning signal was sent to the train at 2 a.m. when the switches went offline. The engineer ignored the signal and continued into Atlanta station where the collision occurred. Amtrak southbound train number 19 from New York to New Orleans collided with the Norfolk Southern train parked at Atlanta Amtrak station. The accident killed 40 people and forced the evacuation of the entire downtown Atlanta area. The accident was said to cost over $1 billion to clean up, including repairs to the station itself. We're taking the NTSB's report very seriously, said an Amtrak spokesman. We are working with the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, BLE, as well as lawyers from Norfolk Southern, the City of Atlanta, and the BLE to straighten this matter out. The engineer was killed on impact. And the Associated Press contributed to this report.
Wow.
Fake news alert. ISIL hacking caused Amtrak crash. We know where this is going, right?
Yep.
A story from the Associated Press claimed that the NTSB cited operational error as primary cause for the Amtrak accident in Atlanta. It stands to reason that this is not the case. Amtrak is being set up to take the fall to protect our Empress. Another action that proves once and for all that the globalist elitists are in power. That fateful night at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the CIA Cybercrimes Division. I can't read my own writing. The CIA Cybercrimes Division registered an illegal entry into the City of Atlanta's railroading switching systems, maintained and operated by the Norfolk Southern Railroad. The trace led back to a foreign power, a country in the Middle East the United States currently has a strong relationship with. At 12:10 a.m., the White House was contacted by the director of the CIA. An emergency message to President Hillary Clinton cited that the railroads may be under attack by a terrorist hack, and said that they may be in progress. President Clinton's aides then responded with a curious message. The validity of this report is in question, and we charge you to determine as to whether or not the report is truly genuine. A couple of hours later, the derailment happened. Amtrak had been set up by the NTSB and the Clinton administration to take the fall for the Islamic State, which has only grown in strength since the overthrow of President Trump. And we've seen this with Biden. All of the evidence clearly points to negligence on the part of Amtrak, but on the part of not on the part of Amtrak, but on the part of President Clinton herself. This is another Benghazi where lives have been lost, a whole city sent into panic, and our infrastructure attacked by foreign powers. She should not be in office. This is Donald Trump's presidency, and it's time to get him back in office. The man won the Electoral College vote. He met all of the constitutional requirements to be president. This farce should not be allowed to continue. David Butler, Right Side News.
Yeah.
Alt-right reporter fired for child pornography possession.
Yep.
This kid, yeah, kind of, sort of.
Right, reported fired for child pornography possession.
Possession. Yep.
Wow.
The alt-right news outlet Right Side News was forced to fire Dave Butler, the guy who wrote the last story, allegedly, right? Was forced to have been fired from his job after an FBI raid discovered mountains of child pornography on his computers. It's so tragic, but this would so happen like this.
But it's so true. They just arrested a man who was in I think Louisiana state government. He was arrested for having child pornography on his government computer.
Yet they actually found it allegedly on Hunter Biden's computer, and he has yet to face any consequences whatsoever. We are living in an alternate reality.
Amen.
Butler, who was a strong opponent of President Clinton, published many racist and inflammatory stories against Muslims, and Clinton took since Clinton took office 4 months ago. 2 days ago, Right Side News was forced to take down a story entitled "Fake News Alert: ISIL hacking caused Amtrak crash." In it, Butler slammed Islam and President Clinton, placing the blame for the crash on the Clinton administration itself. The conspiracy theories are nothing more than tinfoil hat works of fiction that serve no one, said Press Secretary John Podesta. We are obviously appalled by the discovery, said a spokesman for Right Side News. When accusations of pedophilia came against Butler, we were ready to defend him. However, the evidence of his guilt was overwhelming. We sincerely apologize for his actions and have dismissed him. We have also removed all of his stories from the website. The Clinton administration's anti-inflammatory board is seeking to fine Right Side News, charging them with frequent misogyny against women and racism against Muslims. We urge Social Security. We urge social media outlets to blacklist Right Side News and stand in unity to help bring all the people together. And guess who wrote this? Or who I claimed
Associated
wrote
Press.
this? The Associated Press. That's right.
I was wrong. It wasn't a state official. It was a police officer on his police officer's computer, not his own. Yeah, I remember now. Yep.
Rutgers University political panel fired for pro-Trump hate rhetoric. In the wake of in the wake of the ousting of President Donald Trump.
I love it when you do that.
Yep. Many political historians have begun researching what the future impact of Trump's what will be Trump's disposition. One such effort was undertaken by Rutgers University in New Jersey. The panel was set to analyze whether or not the Trump effect was truly effective, or if the replacement of President Hillary Clinton was a step in the right direction. However, the panel's findings were published in the university periodical. Campus-wide protests erupted that left 15 students in jail, 10 students injured in protest-related beatings, and the entire 12-professor panel dismissed, pending hate crime charges. The report, which was reduced from 20 pages to 3, cited the exponential economic rebound as a positive note for the departed Trump administration. In his first 100 days, President Trump was on the path to becoming the only president in recent memory to recover the economy, the report said, along with a spike in jobs and an increased demand for workplace equality among men and women. Some social justice bridges were on the path of being built before his impeachment. The very report reeks of misogyny, said Melissa McGrande, who leads the Rutgers University Feminism Now group, which participated in the protest. 2 group members were arrested in the protest. It has been proven that this pussy-grabbing sexual predator has nothing but hate and disdain for women. He lied when he said he cared for women's health, and his followers who proved of sexual assault in that manner are far worse than Trump ever could be. Thank God, little g, we have a president who truly cares about women.
Oh.
Let's go to the chat for just a second before I continue. Resolute Germ says that's something they love doing to people. Most people probably have a hidden drive of all types of bad stuff the glowies are putting in there. Yeah. That's how it gets on there. You don't want to know what's on everyone's cloud. Yeah, exactly.
Didn't they have a university protest that went badly just recently?
I haven't been following. I think probably. I haven't read anything about it.
It was some kind of protest. I don't know what it was for. Oh, wasn't it about the Supreme Court thing? It might have been about the Supreme Court thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't been following that much. A statement from the university read, in response to the overwhelmingly negative report published by our political science department, we humbly express our sincere apologies for the outrageous claims published on our periodical. It was not our intention to offend, and we don't endorse the research panel's findings. Under a recent law that forbids publishing of fake news, the Clinton administration has an option to punish the university somehow. Press Secretary John Podesta said that no options are being left out when thinking about how to address the Rutgers University issue. Clearly, a hate crime was committed, and while the university responded, we must think about how to discourage other universities from committing the same atrocious act. Experts claim that the denouncement from the university could lead to a reduced response from the Clinton administration. Some federal funds may be withheld from certain departments, said Richard Mayweather, a legal and political analyst for the Washington Post. I don't think the punishment will be too harsh, though punishment will have to come. Since the Breitbart closure set a new precedent in the execution of justice. Something will happen, but with the university's position on the issue and the fact that the entire panel of professors were terminated from their jobs, the Justice Department will probably go easy on them. Response to this on the alt-right has been very vocal on social media. The negative reaction claiming violations of the First Amendment of free speech resounded strongly as details of the story came forward. Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg made a statement to the Washington Post saying that the organization is doing everything it can to curb possible hate speech on its public platforms. We don't want another Rutgers happening, he said in a printed online statement. Guess who wrote this?
Associated Press.
That's right.
Did you make up the name Podesta because it sounds familiar?
No, John Podesta was Obama's press secretary.
Oh, okay.
For real. Elizabeth Warren confirmed. Yep, he's real. Elizabeth Warren confirmed as Clinton's Secretary of State.
Oh, Lord. God help us.
Vice President Tim Kaine had the honor of swearing in the second female Secretary of State in this historic cabinet. Senator Elizabeth Warren took her oath of office last night and immediately vowed to get to work to restore America's place in the world. Donald Trump irreparably damaged America's standing, Secretary Warren said in her first speech during a press gaggle that followed her swearing in. Our allies fear us. Our enemies laugh at us. No longer will the specter of what had been in the previous administration cast a shadow on the future dealings with the international community. We must forge lasting ties so we can move forward progressively and to let the world know that America is open for business once again. Senator Ted Cruz, our Texas, voiced his disapproval with the confirmation of Secretary Warren. During the confirmation process, Cruz attempted to filibuster the hearings, but was overridden during a vote where the Democrats led the charge. Voices like these, like those of Senator Cruz, serve as a harsh reminder that there's still misogyny in our midst, announced Senator Maxine Waters. Disgusting voices such as these need to be taught a lesson in reality. The first challenge, said the Department of State's official press release regarding Secretary of State Warren, is to address the crumbling ties between America and Japan. The Abe administration had already made trade between the U.S. and Japan nearly impossible. Who says this? The longer they resist the UN mandates.
Sound like Warren.
It sounds like Abe. The longer they resist the UN mandates, the more their economy will collapse. This is the price they must pay to continue to fight. And Secretary Warren must say, under no uncertain terms, that the U.S. will stand by the UN's decision against Japan unless they stop hunting eland whale. Who said this? Oh, the statement said this. Tommy Lahren, political commentator on The Blaze, says says she represents the opposition to a lack of common sense, with the confirmation swearing of Secretary Warren. Ever since she falsely claimed to be of Native American descent, it's clear that the American people can't even trust her to tell us that the sky is blue or not. I tried.
It's pretty good.
Germ, it's getting there.
You're doing great with the voices.
It is getting there. It says your larynx must really hate you now. It's getting
Wait,
close.
wait till you get to Rand Paul.
Meanwhile, Secretary, let's see, where was I? Over the last week, the Blaze has come under fire, criticized by the Clinton administration for pushing fake news. They're not really credible. Press Secretary John Podesta told the press corps last month regarding whether or not the Blaze was also on the chopping block with Breitbart. The story they share is racially charged, and we're looking into that as well. Meanwhile, Secretary Warren said that she would waste no time getting her hands dirty. Her itinerary has her immediately flying out to Tokyo to meet with Prime Minister Abe, then to Beijing that same day to spend a few days in China with President Xi Jinping. Then Secretary Warren flies out to Bahrain in Saudi Arabia to discuss the future of the American-Islamic relations. Of all of my meetings, I'm looking forward to meeting the Sheikh the most, Warren said when she was asked about her outlook for the immediate future. Saudi Arabia is our greatest ally in the Middle East, and we must do what we can to preserve the peace between our two nations. When asked whether or not she has plans to visit Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, Warren said, "Not at this time. However, discussion of Palestinian support and Israel's occupation of the West Bank will be brought up and discussed with the Sheikh." Next month, Secretary Warren will meet with President of Iran to discuss ways the United States can repair the damage the Trump administration did to U.S.-Iranian relations and restore the hard work Secretary of State under President Obama, John Kerry, did with the Islamic powerhouse. Who wrote this? The Associated Press.
Washington Post.
Associated Press. Don't try Rand Paul. Your voice won't make it.
I hadn't heard anything from Ted Cruz in a while.
Oh, the last story. This is dedicated to my pastor.
Did he lose his election? I thought he won it.
No, he won. He's still there. He's just been.
And Warren's hands are already dirty.
Oh yeah, they're terrible. She's an awful human being. So this one's dedicated to my pastor.
So is AOC.
That's a whole 10-hour conversation right there. AOC doesn't know where she is.
And do you know what party she's affiliated with?
Yeah, she's
Soviet.
Communist.
Communist Party.
Yeah, she's a socialist.
Ohio cult leader arrested. Oh.
Yep. This is dedicated to my pastor. Pastor Greg Miller. He's a real pastor. Police have taken in Pastor Gregory Miller of Worthington into custody amid complaints of cultivating hate. Miller is the leader of Bible Believers Baptist Fellowship Church and has a congregation of roughly 15 followers, including his family. He's got a lot more than that, believe it or not. He used to be very prominent on YouTube, but now he's on Sermon Audio. He's one of the best pastors I've ever had the pleasure of knowing. He's a good friend too. Police were called to the site of his church, a rented hall in the Veteran Affairs building, initially on a noise complaint. He now has his own actual building. He's renting out. "We have been passing this building for many years," said Ibrahim Muhammad Ali, a 3-year resident of Worthington. Ali moved into a house near the church site where twice a week he said he has felt threatened with anti-Islamic rhetoric that could be heard coming from the building. It's become a sad and disgusting thing when you are afraid to leave your house twice or 3 times a week. You never know what lies you're going to hear that resonate about the person you are. Ali said that Ali said he contacted the police on multiple occasions and that he had been denied justice. However, it seemed the noise ordinance was enough to initiate a police response. The Federal Hate Task Force should be Federal Hate Crimes Task Force, but that's pretty much right. A new branch of the Department of Homeland Security, founded by Attorney General Loretta Lynch, real person, issued a warrant for Miller's hard drives, go figure, and online YouTube content. Miller, whose YouTube channel BBBF Ohio had gained massive viewership since President Clinton had taken power, had published thousands of hours of content on the social media giant. However, with the passing of the Media Integrity Act, which took down Breitbart and is currently prosecuting The Blaze, the Justice Department was able to hastily order the takedown of Miller's channel. It doesn't really bother me much, Miller said on his MeWe social media account. Our message gets out to tens of millions of viewers and listeners, and since our content wasn't monetized anyway, a takedown hasn't done much damage. Having been historically involved with Miller, the Justice Department had requested the custody of Miller be transferred to the federal branch office in Columbus. We would like to see why people insist on thinking that hate speech is okay in today's society, FBI Director James Comey said in a statement given to CNN regarding this story. Clearly, Pastor Miller, who produced thousands of hours of hate speech, not only must be made aware of that his actions have consequences, but we must make sure that we can use this situation to discourage others from coming forward and doing the same thing. As of now, Pastor Miller is being held and is eligible for bail if he can get a $55,000 bond. The Justice Department had not returned comments on whether or not Miller's followers would also be charged. The Associated Press through CNN.
Ah. I was about to say Washington Post. Sound like Washington Post.
I showed this to my pastor, and he on me when I wrote this, he liked it. He's like, "Yeah, that would happen."
Yep.
Germ says Cruz has been fighting with Bitch McConnell recently. She capitalized that B because that's its official name.
Okay.
Biatch McConnell.
With Bitch McConnell.
Yeah. Mitch the bitch.
Wow. He might as well turn to the Democrat side because he's not a Republican anymore. He's bootlicking or kissing butt to them.
Turn to the dark side. Search your feelings. You know the hate flows through you.
I can show you the truth of the dark side.
Can you show me how to become more powerful? Not from a Republican.
Yeah. I can hear him say that. Yeah. Not from a Republican. I love that scene.
Yeah.
Not from the
Jedi.
Not from a Jedi. I just love the way he talks.
Ian McDermott is a legend.
It was good to see how he got his face that way.
Yeah. Even though he looked like a Muppet, therefore after, but
yeah, that first scene of him as a hologram, that was, he looked like a frog or something.
Yeah.
And then when George Lucas redid it with Ian McDermott, it looked better.
I really like that movie. I like those movies overall. I actually
I like the prequels. A lot of people don't like the three prequels. I like them, all of them.
Attack of the Clones was pretty bad though, but not on the sequel level bad.
I loved it. Seeing are you talking about the second one?
Yeah. Episode 2.
I like the second one. I could have done away with the romance of Annie and what's her name, Padme, but the rest of it, oh yeah, loved it.
See, to me that had to happen, but there's a lot of
Yeah.
that movie that I just can't stand. The romance had to be there, but
Yeah, because we had to find out how Luke
they
and
got
Leia got to be.
yeah, a man and a woman who really loved each other. They had sex.
It was immaculate conception.
Yeah, I'm coming close to that age with my oldest son now because he's about to hit 5th grade, therefore puberty.
Yeah.
That's gonna be fun.
Basically, that's what Annie was immaculate conception because it sounds like that. What's his name? The Emperor,
Palpatine.
Palpatine. Yeah, Palpatine created Annie through the Force, the metachlorians.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to get me started on the sequel trilogy.
Now, the
Like I said,
prequels were great. The sequels I don't like.
the sequel trilogy for me made episode 2 watchable.
Really?
I did not like episode 2 at all. Episode 3 was my favorite of the prequels. Episode 2 was absolutely a stinker. But once the sequel trilogy came out and I saw what they did with that,
I don't like how they got rid of Han, but he wanted his character to die. Now, Luke, they shouldn't have killed him at all.
no, they shouldn't have. What they did with him was absolutely terrible. But
because she's not a Skywalker. The last Skywalker should have been Luke.
It should have been her as a Skywalker throughout.
Yeah, then it would have made
one
more
last
sense.
throwaway. Not
because
that one
we don't
last
know who her
throwaway
parents are still.
Yeah, we do.
We do. Who?
Yeah. Palpatine's son married a woman and they fled because
Palpatine had a son?
Yeah, Palpatine had a son. He married and fled with his wife because he didn't want to be drawn into the evil legacy. But they were catching up to them, and they dumped off their daughter on Jakku, who was Rey.
She is definitely not a Skywalker.
Yeah. Well, she is by name only.
Mm-hmm.
The name is Rey Skywalker. You are not a Skywalker. You're a Palpatine, you evil witch.
I wonder if they're going to do 3 more. They were planning to do it.
Yeah, ruin Johnson's trilogy, but I'm glad they canceled that.
Mm-hmm.
So bad.
I wish we could have got another Justice League too. I loved Justice League, and from what I saw on YouTube, from some of the scenes of Zack Snyder's 4-hour Justice League, I loved what they did with Darkseid. Loved it that it was Darkseid instead of who was it? The character with the horns.
Steppenwolf.
Steppenwolf, yeah. Instead of Steppenwolf, it was Darkseid that was fighting the Amazons and the Green Lanterns and the gods and everything. I like that better.
I just wish they would have kept Danny Elfman's music.
Yeah. They
That's
killed Luke. Never saw that movie, but you know they did it to kill a man.
Yep, I'm going to leave that there.
Yep.
Because that's the only reason why he died is because he's got a penis.
He was a man. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And he was the man, not just a man. He was the man.
The man.
So
Of
terrible.
course, I like seeing Leia use the Force to get back to the ship, but that's not how space works. You go out in space without a suit, you're going to freeze and die immediately. Because we saw that in that Mars movie. Mission to Mars.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a big fan of that. I wanted her to use the Force, but not like that. That was a stupid Mary Poppins Superwoman thing.
Yeah, she did remind me kind of like at that moment when she used the Force to get back to the ship. She looked like Mary Poppins.
It was awful, absolutely awful.
I agree.
And what's even worse about Luke, I'm going to go back to Luke, was that Mark Hamill signed off on it.
Yeah, he had no choice, to tell you the truth, because he didn't want to lose the job.
I don't think he really cared if he did or not either, because
But
of his
you could
woke
you could
rants.
see afterwards how he looked. He was so mad and everything, but he also looked like he was doped up or drunk. But he was mad as all get out about it.
Yeah. That's how he usually looks, though. Mark Hamill was on the sauce for a long time. He definitely didn't do any of the Star Wars movies sober.
Wow.
But anyway, it is going on 2:20, 2:30 here. I've got to email my job in a little bit, give them a COVID update for my son.
It was good to be on and discuss things.
Oh, it's incredible to have you on here, man. You got to come back more often next time I do these things. I do these things at random. That's why I call them impromptu. They don't have a schedule. I was on Discord and I saw that Jeff and John were exchanging board gifts, and I just decided, jump online. I'll play my video game for a little bit, and then I'll crash my own stream.
If I'm not watching a YouTube video and I catch your live stream, I'll come on.
Awesome. Please do. Welcome anytime, Jay.
I'll try to remember to come. What time on the 15th?
15th will be 11 a.m. 15th. 9 a.m. Japan time, so 7 p.m. Eastern, so 6
p.m. Central.
Yeah, on the Sunday.
Okay.
It's
I'll
Sunday
try to
night.
remember to do that.
Awesome. And with that, folks, I'm going to go ahead and I'd like to thank Jay for coming on board. It was awesome having you. Again, please stop by anytime I'm on.
Sure
more than
will,
welcome,
brother.
anytime. I want to thank John for holding down the fort while I was facing the technical difficulties. John does an awesome job helping out too. So thank you, John. Thanks, Professor Brady Specs, for coming on. Thank you to Gorilla's Random Thoughts, Mercer Create, for jumping on board with us and talking to us here on the stream. Thanks to Resolute Germ, Brad Wolf, Thomas Potts, Gap After Dark, Birdo Prey 5, and I'm pretty sure I'm missing a couple of others. I might be missing Captain Phantom Nerd came by for a little bit and checked us out.
Okay.
And LDG, Free the Net. LDG, my friend, thank you for coming on board. You guys are always welcome. And thank you, everybody, for checking us out. If you haven't subscribed to me and you liked the content here, and you'd like this live stream, I will be doing these impromptu live streams at random. So whenever I'm streaming, you want to come join us and you want to find out that I'm streaming, subscribe. And please click that bell notification icon and click on all notifications so that you can stay up to date whenever I go on. If you are watching this on replay, all 4 hours of this, God bless you.
It was 4 hours?
Yep, running on to hour 4 right now in about 10 seconds.
It seemed like only an hour and 30 minutes.
No, we've been on here for 4 hours.
Wow. Time went by having fun.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
when you disconnect the live stream, will me and you still be on? Because I'd like to ask you a question.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a
Okay.
couple minutes.
Okay.
We could do that after. So anyway, yeah, there could have been you could have watched the Snyder cut of Justice League in those 4 hours. You could have watched the entirety of the Ten Commandments, The Sound of Music. You could have watched any classic film. You could
Gone
have
with the
watched
Wind.
Gone with the Wind. I was thinking of that one too. My wife's got a poster right outside my door.
I love
you
Gone
could
with the Wind.
you could have watched anybody else, but for some odd and very strange reason, and I thank you very much, you decided to spend those 4 hours watching this on replay. So, in other words, thank you guys so much. Each and every one of your views helps us grow and helps me stay enthusiastic and encouraged to continue to make content for you. On that note, folks, thank you guys so very much for joining us. This was Jay Aldridge. You can catch Jay hopefully coming up very soon on Jeopardy, where he will be cleaning house. And possibly me, either maybe playing a game.
He will be playing the game.
Moderating the chat.
I'm gonna keep pulling his arm, bringing him to Tokyo, from Tokyo to Jeopardy. He will be on there.
All right. But anyway, you definitely catch him on Jeopardy, and I will catch you guys. Oh, what's this thing? Could have. What do you think is on screen 3 right now? Don't know. Don't know, Germ. But anyway, folks, thanks for joining us. I have been the Tokyo Trekker, and we will catch you next time. And don't forget, I'm going to leave you guys with the trailer for the upcoming season of my channel this month. We are starting on the 13th, 14th US Japan dates with the Chaotic Town Hall. I'm going to leave the trailer up here, and it doesn't look like I have it here anymore. But anyway, I've been the Tokyo Trekker. Thank you guys for joining us, and we'll see you again soon.